All right, we're going live.
Cool.
Hello, everyone. I'm joined today with indie game developer PixelMetal to hear his GamerGate story. How are you doing today, Nick?
I am doing good. Yeah, you can just call me Nick. We can dispense with internet names
All right.
and
Yeah.
just yeah.
Um, so you made the game Sombrero, and have you been working on any projects since then?
Yes. Yes. Man, Sombrero was a long time ago now. Or it feels like it. Yeah, that was I think came out in 2016. Um I've been doing some game stuff for work for my day job. Because like you said, indie game developer. My day job's in advertising and marketing. So we've been working on some games for clients, branded stuff, which has been fun. Not like those shitty banner ad games for brands, more like full on games,
So these
which has been
are there
fun.
any personal projects that you're working on too on the side, or?
Yeah. Well, that's honestly that's kind of how one of these branded games happened. I got in touch with a console developer, let's say, and was chatting with them about something, and then it just came up that there was a good connection with, again, the advertising world, and an opportunity came up to do, I think, it's a game for a brand, but it's not like that kind of game. It's more like a cool spot, like a retro 16-bit kind of fun thing, with that kind of style and art, and not trying to make a shitty cash grab or anything like that. So my personal project basically became my work project, I guess is what I'm saying. Which is great because that means I get paid during the development and not just after the game comes.
And when you say,
So everything.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
When you
No,
say
no, no. Go ahead.
branded games, what do you mean?
A game for a brand. Like I think, well, people of my age, right? I'm in my mid 40s. Remember Cool Spot on like the Super Nintendo and Genesis, which is like based around the mascot for like the 7-Up logo, little red dot. Or the Xbox 360 games, I think, that were for Burger King, or the Volkswagen game for like Nintendo 64, where they tried to do, obviously not huge budget stuff, but make real games and not just like throw a brand like a McDonald's brand on something, and then the game sucks, because the McDonald's game sucked on, I think, what the original Nintendo MC Kids, I think it was called, or Mick Kids. Um, so it's basically me making sure that I found a way to get paid to make games, basically. And then I don't have to worry about how much money they make on the back end. You know,
How do you feel about
it's a different
the
approach.
how do you feel about the branding thing that you're making a game essentially for a company's brand?
Well, as long as they're everyone I've been able to do it with, and I've done a couple of them now. The deal basically is like it's a game first, right? Like that's the part that actually matters, or we're not going to make it. Um, and then we figure out a way to work the brand into it. So if a brand has, like, let's say Coca-Cola, right? They have regular Coke, Diet Coke, Cherry Coke. Okay, can we turn those into power-ups that make sense in a game and aren't just in there to like show a fucking Coke logo? You know, um, if we can make real games out of it, like I don't really have an issue with the brand part.
Okay,
Which, I
so
mean,
you do,
obviously, like that's what I do outside of games anyway. So clearly, I don't have an issue with like the advertising or marketing part. That's how I pay my bills anyway.
does the fact that you're making it for a brand, does that hinder your artistic freedom at all?
No, no, that's part of the deal too. I mean, it certainly can, but I've never had it happen yet. And I've been made a few games, like, but it's either 3 or 4 now over the last few years. And there's never been like a well, you can't do that. And it's not, and there, as long as you're not like, I mean, the games are for an audience, that for people that like games, right? So and they don't necessarily care that much about like the things that a brand would care about. So as long as you're not showing a brand to be a bunch of like serial killers, I think they're generally okay with it. You know, you can play with them, poke fun at it a little bit, you know, find a way to. It's interesting. It's kind of like making a game for any audience. It's just you're kind of told in advance who your audience is. And by that I mean, like, if you're trying to sell like you know, like manly dude products, right? Fancy soaps and beard bombs and that kind of stuff. Like, you know who your audience is, so you got to make a game that will like appeal to that audience. And outside of that, like, it's pretty broad. Like, how do you appeal to that audience? You know, there's lots of fun you can have with basically any topic. So yeah, I haven't really had any issues with it. It's been pretty rewarding. It's certainly more lucrative than being like indie developer, and I still get to do the stuff I want to do without anyone really looking over my shoulder.
So you made Sombrero, that was a PC game. These other games you've been making, the branded games, are those on PC, console, mobile? What are they?
One of them is like, either mobile or browser, but again, it's not just a shitty banner game. Another one was just like a duck hunt kind of game in the browser, where we got to have fun with the brand. Then the one I'm working on right now is actually for 4 consoles, multi-platform. So I can't say what it is yet because it's not announced yet. But as I'm sitting here talking to you, I'm doing like stage design on that actually. And so that'll be on a number of consoles. I'm not sure which ones yet.
Okay. Well, before we get into the GamerGate stuff, well, first off, I want to give you a chance. Is there anything you want to say about your indie game dev experience before we move on to the Sweet Baby Inc. GamerGate 2 quote-unquote stuff?
Yeah, I mean, you know, other than being a sellout shill for brands like I am now, I made Sombrero, and I started making games back when I was a kid, you know, like a teenager. Like, I got an internship at like a shareware company. Now we would call it an indie game company. This is going back, you know, 30 years at this point, more than 30 years. So I've always worked on stuff. I did a bunch of like not branded games. I almost said that again. Mobile games for like feature phones, which, if you remember, before touchscreens and iPhones were a thing, the feature phones, right, were the phones that still had the keypad, but, you know, with a color screen on it, right, that could do 128 colors or something like that. Did a bunch of games for like that kind of realm. And then but I mean, other than that, I'm an ad guy that got sucked into, you know, stupid online internet video game drama because I was making an indie game, and I think I made an offhanded tweet about, you know, if you really want to treat games as art, then like anything goes, and that made people angry. And after that, it was like, well, I guess here we go. This is what it's going to be now on the internet. Which might be a good transition into your questions, I guess.
Well,
the GamerGate stuff.
I do want to get to that after, though, because we did say we are going to talk about the Sweet Baby Inc. and GamerGate quote-unquote stuff. So do you have any thoughts on what's been going on? Have you been following the story at all with the so-called GamerGate 2 situation?
I saw that someone discovered that marketing consultancies exist, and then things got out of hand. These kinds of companies have been around since the beginning of time. That doesn't mean that they're good or they're bad. I think I would look at the products that they work on. Are the products that they work on good? Do you like them? Then who gives a shit what these people's individual politics are, right? If we're saying it's really the game that matters, like if the game proves itself to be good using whatever methodology or personal politics they want, like, who cares? Like, if it's a good game, who cares?
So
that's it. That's all I have to say about that.
So these, you say that these firms have existed forever. Like, what do you mean exactly? Like the?
Oh, I mean, it's marketing consultancies.
Well, they don't call themselves that, though, right? They call themselves
Well,
diversity, equity, and
that's
inclusion.
a no, that's not what they call themselves. They're very clearly like a content creation production company that, yes, may their target demographic, or the target demographic they want to address, are people that consider those things important. And that's no different than what I said I have done earlier, which is trying to sell broy dude soap and cleaning products. It's just a different audience. That's really what it is. I think people maybe, and this goes for the people both defending them and the people that are maybe going after them a little more aggressively than is really called for. This is everyone kind of just needs to get over themselves a bit and just like figure out that they're not always the target demographic for something, and then that's okay, and that's a good thing, because that means that the best thing happens, which is diversity of product. The kind of games that you want to play, whether you want to play those games that are focusing on social issues or games that are letting you, like, I've been playing Helldivers nonstop. Like, I like shooting giant alien bugs in the face. Like, that's cool. And I'm a different target demographic, right, than the people that want to play that other kind of game. I would say that the important part again is the end product. Some of the games they've worked on have been good, some of them have been great, and some of them have been absolute trash, right? And that's just how it goes, because they're not the only people involved in the development of the product, right? There's like a huge, especially on these AAA games, like hundreds of people working on them. I wouldn't worry too much about like the impact of this small group of people that are just like working on these story elements, because some of them will be good, right? Some of the story elements will be good and they'll add to a product, and some of them you'll just kind of roll your eyes at. But then if the rest of the game is good enough, you won't care at the end.
Yeah,
I wouldn't take a like I've read through some of your stuff, and so I know you don't necessarily think that way, but people out there certainly do, and that's why they're going after these folks. They made it worse on themselves, obviously, right? Like trying to get the Steam group banned and all that stuff.
yeah.
So I don't necessarily have a lot of sympathy for them, like from that perspective. There is a little bit of, you kind of brought this on yourselves. Like what gamers are like. Like, why are you surprised that if you try to shut them down, they're just gonna be like, fuck you, and then turn around and like make your life worse? Which I'm not saying is a good thing, but it's also not necessarily like, I wouldn't call it an entirely bad thing either. Sometimes people get a little too big for their britches, or are too high in their ivory tower, or on their high horse, or whatever metaphor you want to use, and deserve to get knocked back down to earth. But you don't need to keep doing it, right? After they fucked up, and like, you don't need to keep ragging on them about it, I guess, unless they keep fucking up, and then that's
Well, there
maybe more
was the
fair game.
there was the Akira Toriyama tweet. Did you see that one from Chris Kindred?
I have not. No, what was that all about?
Okay, all right. I don't want to take him out of context. We talked about it in the
No.
Applebend interview. But
Yeah, I mean, I've just kind of been watching, this latest round of drama from afar and thinking, like, no one learned anything from last time.
unfortunately, that's
Everyone's just
true.
doing the same shit again. That's yeah. Everyone needs to grow up a little bit, I think.
Well, and I'm totally fine if they want to make games that are appealing to different demographics and different audiences. I think there's like gaming should be for everybody. All different types of games should be made. If they want to make games that are more conservative or MAGA games or woke games or progressive games or whatever, I don't care. I'm for everyone to be able to do whatever they want essentially in a free society. Though, do you think that companies that do have this more political angle, the consulting firms that do have the political angle, do you think that they are making games better that appeal to like a wider audience of people, or is it more of a niche market?
That's a good question. I think it depends on the game, honestly. Like because Alan Wake 2, right, is clearly a mass market, and these sweet baby people, that company worked on that, and that's clearly targeted mass market. But looking through like their website, like Sweet Baby's website, I mean, they've worked on these smaller projects as well that are more targeted towards a specific audience. I think it's a business, and they'll work on projects that will help them stay in business, and let them focus on the things that are important to them, which I think is great. I think where you start to lose people, and clearly where they start to lose people, is then when they start making personal or politically related attacks, in both directions, that kind of just exacerbate issues, and endless fodder for internet pundits.
Well, and we're going to get to that,
which is its own market.
Well, we do have we actually have Yiyi in the chat, the person we're going to be talking about in a little bit. But before that, I did mention the
is that Yiyi? That's the gumbo person, right?
Yeah, that's the gumbo person.
Yeah. I think we actually met when I could be wrong, but I remember meeting her briefly, because I know some of the folks over at the Gumbo space. So until I moved a few years ago, I lived in Brooklyn, and I just knew a bunch of those folks, and I think that again, I don't know whoever that other person was, right, that tweeted it out, that tweet you forwarded to me.
That was the owner of the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected Steam group. That.
Oh, okay. I had no idea.
That Chris Kindred originally tried to get banned.
Oh yeah, I mean that was a mistake, clearly, the banning thing, but because again, it just made things worse.
So I do have this tweet. I do have this pulled up here. I'll screen share it for the audience. But I couldn't find the original tweet. Maybe it was deleted. But Chris Kindred tweeted out, Toriyama gave us the best and worst black characters in anime in the same series. It took Range to do that. March 7th, 2024. This was shortly after he passed away. And it was a very controversial tweet. Applebend and I talked about it for a while. Applebend thought that there was no way that Kindred could express this view in a respectful way, given the time period, if he does hold this view in his head. But that's Applebend's opinion. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't have much of an opinion on someone else's opinion. They can think whatever they want. It doesn't matter. So much of this feels just like unnecessary internet drama, as opposed to, buy the products you like and don't buy the products you don't like, which feels like the solution to all of this stuff, because we're talking about commercial game market here. We're not talking about someone's personal craft product. These are like multi-million-dollar projects. So you can buy them if you like them, buy it. Don't if you don't like it. Like, what else needs to be said, really? Because in the end, like that's who wins out. Like, it's the people that have the most popular products that they keep making them. Sometimes that's good, and then sometimes it's Call of Duty 59. And it's just the same thing again. But yeah. Anyways.
So the Sweet Baby controversy. Before we move on to the latest developments, basically the Kabrutus and Alianthus G, who's in the chat right now. Before we move on to that, though, what do you think of how the media covered the Kabrutus situation with Sweet Baby Inc.? Like Kotaku's article, for instance. Have you read this, or the Guardian article? Aftermath covered it as well, and a few others. But
yeah, Aftermath. I don't think I've ever been to that website. Kotaku, I couldn't tell you the last time I went there. The last thing I heard about them is they write guides now.
No, they've walked that back.
And who was the? Oh, okay.
That was the plan, though. You are right. That was the plan,
Yeah,
but they've changed it.
I'm really not up to date on how the media. I haven't seen it in right like back in 2014. You saw this stuff popping up in like major media, and I don't really see any of that happening right now. So it all feels very focused on gaming media. I think the major media has realized that it's you know not to their benefit to concentrate on drama that subgroups create for themselves online to have something to be angry about. So I honestly just haven't read a lot of these individual these individual articles. I saw the Sweet Baby stuff, cross my timeline. Clicked on a couple tweets. I was like, oh, well, they made it that they shouldn't have done that, right? They shouldn't have tried to ban the Steam group. But of course, like, why does the Steam group exist to begin with? It is a little bit to single them out.
Well, they have the right to do
Which,
that, though, right? They have the right to inform consumers. Hey, look,
oh,
this company
sure.
worked on this
Well,
game. You can make your own decision based on that, and some people will buy it and some people won't.
I actually think there's good arguments both ways on that, and by that I mean like this is meant to single them out in a negative way. But I could also see a Steam group being used to highlight it in a positive way, right? Like everyone that ever worked on a From Software game, right? Every game that anyone that works at that company's ever worked on, like here's a list on Steam. Like that would be helpful for people who are fans of like that kind of company's games. Going the other way, making it about not buying their games, like I think that's also okay. But I think trying to single it's the focus on like these like the political issues that drive these wedges. And that's why I keep saying, like, instead of putting a list together of games of like you shouldn't buy from this company because maybe you don't agree with some of the people that work there. Like I would if that list, and I know I looked at it at some point, but I don't even know if this is included on Steam because I just don't use the feature. If it had a score for all of those games next to the list of games, like I think that would show the value in having that list. Like all of these games low rated? No,
No, not
because
all of them.
realistically they're not. Are some of them highly rated? Like yes, definitely. Some of them are very highly rated games, and for good reason, right? Not just for political reasons. Like they're just genuinely good games. Again, Alan Wake 2, because that's the most recent one that I can think of. And some of them were mediocre, right? So I bet you they're average. I bet you they're batting like at least a B, right, in terms of
Actually, I
overall
went
score.
through it with, gosh, somebody. I don't remember. One of the people I've interviewed. We've gone through like a list of their games that we know publicly, and it seems like I think from what we know from the games that they have worked on that we know publicly, it looks like mostly it's like a 60 to 70 range, but they do have a couple. They have one that went all the way to obviously massive success, and then they have got some failures too, like Baldur's Gate. Not Baldur's Gate. Fuck. Oh, it's Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, I believe, right? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I played that one. Just the original Baldur's Gate. But that sounds like it's probably going to average out to like 70. Yeah, maybe a little higher. But I feel like there's very few companies where that's not going to happen. Like games that they've worked on. If you average out, well, I don't want to say Gearbox because they've gone through like
It
five
was Dungeons
five
and
owners.
Dragons Dark Alliance. Sorry, Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance.
Oh, okay, yeah. But even the most successful companies, I bet they average out to like a 70 or a 75. They're probably not averaging out to an 80 or 90. If they've been around a while, right? You have failures, you have successes, you have near hits that are middle of the road, but still profitable.
Oh.
But oh, go ahead.
She says EE, like EE Cummings is how you say her name. My bad, sorry.
Well,
So
that makes sense.
getting to that,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
saw you tweet about this as well, but I'll screen share it here. So
Uh,
in September 25th,
yeah,
2023, EE made this tweet. a video where she's asking people to make suggestions and send her feedback on how.
Wait, this isn't even a recent video. This is a video from like a year ago, and this is what
September.
people are getting upset about.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's still a while ago. Well, yeah, I
Well,
mean,
hey,
like I
well, let
started to
me
say
let me lay it out
earlier, like,
first, and then I'll.
yeah,
Okay,
okay,
so she makes this
yeah,
video. She's asking people for feedback. She runs the Gumbo group in New York. It's a nonprofit group of game developers. People do pay membership fees, but they don't have any employees. I've got a comment from hers. I'm going to read a public comment she offered. In this, she says that she thinks there might be an issue because she realized that there were more people named John in her group, 9 people, than there were women. There were only 7 women, and there were 9 Johns. And so she makes this video asking people, how can I bring more women in? And she does say more diversity in general, I think she says, into her group. And now Kabrutus finds this out yesterday, and he tweets out, "This is Island Thus G, the community manager, yes, another one, of a game that is in the Sweet Baby Inc. detected curator page. It is called Hyper Light Breaker. According to her, this collective that she helps running, called Gumbo, that's sick by the way, Gumbo needs more diversity because there's not enough women in there. Then again, according to her, the solution is to start hiring based on sex now. I mean, that's my perception of what she said. As if hiring based on sex had anything to do with making a good, great game. Ask the UB Star Wars team if that works. Ha ha." So then I reached
that
out.
just.
Well, before we do that,
Oh, go
I'm setting it
ahead,
up.
go
All right.
ahead, yeah,
All right. So I
yeah,
reached
yeah.
out to EE and I reached out to Kabrutus too. Kabrutus' personal assistant has replied to me, but has not offered a public comment. We've only talked on background. Um, but EE did send me a message saying, "I would say the main comment I have in regards to Kabrutus's tweet is something I've already said when I RT'd it. Gumbo isn't a studio and it doesn't make games. It's a non-profit co-working space and collective that hosts professional networking and social events. We don't hire and never have. People pay membership fees to be a part of the space and join in the events. It's basically WeWork, but specific to game devs." And then Kabrutus has no official comment to offer, at least not yet.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like he was being a dumb shit and got called out for it. And like, yeah, like I was saying, I know some of the folks over there. I might know he. Feel like we've met before. Tell me if I'm wrong during the chat. But yeah, I know a bunch of people there. They're all cool people. So I'm probably the worst person to talk to about what I think about it because I know about it already. I'm like, yeah, it seems like a cool space, and they want more types of people there. That sounds like, why would anyone have a problem with that? Because it doesn't sound like, yeah, it sounds very clear that she was just saying she wanted more people there. And then someone tried to turn it into some kind of political or gender competition, and was being stupid. That's all it sounds like to me. I don't really know what else
And
to
then,
say about it.
and then I tweeted out, I tweeted out in response to Kabrutus. I tweeted out, if she is genuinely asking. Oh, actually, I kind of used bad grammar there. I put if she's is, but if she is genuinely asking for feedback on how she can attract women to her community of game developers, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I don't like seeing someone dogpiled on when I don't think they deserve it. Try a conversation, and I tagged both of them. So yeah, I mean, I actually might be talking with
Well,
EE
yeah, I
soon,
mean,
so
that seems
hopefully
like the
good
that seems
decision.
like the answer. Like, although I don't know why she'd have to explain herself to this dude either.
I don't think she has to.
To have a
I don't think she has an
conversation,
obligation to do so. But
no, no,
I do think
no,
that
yeah.
Kabrutus should have either DM'd her. I couldn't DM her because she has it set so only people who paid for Twitter. That's the default now. Only people who pay for Twitter can DM you now, unless you turn it off. It's a specific setting. But
I barely use Twitter enough
he
to
could have
notice
tried to reach
anymore.
out to her first and try to like understand her perspective more. But also like to be a little bit fair to Kabrutus, he's Brazilian. He lives in Japan. English is his second language. It's possible he misunderstood.
Well, It sounds more to me like he got a little bit of taste of internet fame because of the Sweet Baby Inc. Steam thing, and he doesn't know what to do with it. That's what it sounds like to
Well, he
me.
does know what to do with it, right?
Just,
He's making his own
well, I
his
mean,
own group that keeps track of diversity, equity, and inclusion companies. Yeah, at least that's
I
what he
mean,
says
but
he's working on.
that's like, what's the value in that? Really? Like honestly, like I would be curious to know what people think the value is in that. Because they shouldn't be looking at that. They should be looking at like, is it a good game? Do I want to play it? I don't understand. I've never understood why it matters who made it. Right, like both directions. Right, like again, whether it's the super dude bro stuff, the super quote unquote progressive stuff, like just don't buy those games. Buy the games that you like, and like everyone gets to be happy then. I think, yeah. I mean, where you start to lose people is when you start to tell them they can't like what they like, and I think that's where a bunch of missteps were made, right, with the Sweet Baby stuff, especially with some of the employees lashing out and really bringing this attention on themselves much more directly, right, than like this laser focus trying to turn it into, again, some kind of like internet movement to make games great again.
I don't know if they want to make it a movement. Like so far, I don't think there's like a GamerGate 2 movement like there was in the first GamerGate. It's just more of like a controversy right now.
And
At least that's my perception. What do you think?
That's fair. I mean, I think it's a artificially generated controversy, but yes, I agree that it's a controversy. I think it's providing clicks for people who want clicks, attention for people who want attention. So in which case it is succeeding at its mission, but I don't think it's actually succeeding in making anyone's life better.
So I do want to broach this with you a little bit because I know you haven't read the articles, so there's not really much point in talking about them. But I do think that obviously, Sweet Baby Inc.'s a company. They can, if companies want to hire them, they can if they want to. I've got no issue with that. Now, when it comes to like them attacking Kabrutus and trying to get him banned from Steam and lose access to his games, even his personal account, that was wrong. I stood up for him at the time. And then then the media covered it, and they didn't talk about that aspect at all. Most of the sites didn't. Most of the sites, Kotaku didn't talk about it. Aftermath didn't talk about it. Actually, I made a list. I've gone through it in other interviews, but there's a list of articles.
Well, I'm sorry, they didn't talk about what piece of it.
They didn't talk about how Chris Kindred, who works for Sweet Baby Inc., sent his Twitter
gotcha.
to mass report Kabrutus. They completely left this part of the story out, and that's what I think blew this up. I mean, plus the
well, that
the mob itself,
I mean, again, well, yeah, I think there's those are the two culprits right there. Yeah, it's the unbalanced, I think, coverage, and I don't and I don't mean that in like a Fox News fair and balanced way. I mean like tell the whole story, right? Don't just tell part of it. My computer just started making sound. Sorry. And then an online mob going after this person. I can't imagine help the situation any. I mean, people were digging up old GDC talks, right? Of like the CEO.
That's public information, though. I think that's fair to bring up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, but like, it's both fair to bring up, and it's like people digging for dirt, right? Because that's why people were looking for it. They were looking for dirt on someone they decided that they didn't like on the internet.
Well, did you see what she said though?
Again,
we can discuss that if you want. I have it.
I mean, I don't. It's it's one of those videos, right, where you really have to consider the full context.
Oh, I did.
This is someone
I've done tons of research on this for better.
No. I don't mean watching it. I mean like, and I guess this is probably more a comment from your audience than for you directly, but the full context of it is this is a woman who runs a company that concentrates on these things. And let's say in marketing speak, encourages companies to consider the value of including those elements in their products. Right, that's the marketing speak for what she does. and this is just the topic she spoke on because that's what her company does, and she wants people to hire her company, right? That's the very cynical and I think but fairly realistic way to look at it. The other way to look at it is that all of that is still true, but she actually believes these things, and that's honestly also okay. And if you don't want to support someone who thinks like that, just don't support them, right? This all comes down to money.
Well, I have Kim Belair's direct quote. This is one
okay.
of the. This is the thing that got the most attention, I think. It is. There's a. So basically, she's talking about what her advice is to game developers who agree with her and want to hire companies like this. She says, if you're a creator working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher ups, and if they don't see the value in what you're asking for, when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want. Because they have to consider, and then she pauses and says, I say that a lot as a joke, because if you start to consider the people who are player and audience facing, and who have to deal with mitigating harm and keeping the sentiment around their game positive, there is genuine value you can impress upon them, both ethically and financially. You can say, this is important.
Yes. That sounds like a fair statement for someone in her position to make. Because everyone else, you, me, everyone else who buys products, we all get to do the same thing, right? By choosing what we buy and what we do not buy. When it comes to these commercial, again, this is a product game. She's saying that the employees can do. Okay, I wouldn't word it as a threat to the marketing team. I will say that. I feel like
I think that's what scared people.
That was also for that audience, right? This is an audience that is already predisposed to want to attend a conference and see this speaker who's going to talk on this topic. She was talking to her audience. She wasn't talking to the general public. So I think that's a context that's missing from this as well. It's like when you hear the clips of politicians, any politician really, what they say behind the scenes, right, with the secret recording, and what they say in public or what they put in their TV ads, right? You're talking to your audience because politicians don't want that shit out either, right? Because when we hear that, we're like, oh my god, these are horrible fucking sociopaths or psychopaths. At least that's how we should feel. But so I can't get upset about that. Again, I would not have worded it that way, but everyone gets to do the same thing, right? Like you can just not buy products that like have stuff in them that you don't like. It's the world's easiest solution. You have to do literally nothing to get your way.
Is there anything else you want to say about the Sweet Baby Ink stuff or the EE Kabrutus controversy before we move on?
No, I don't know that I have much valuable to say about it to begin with. So, but yeah, we can move on.
All right. Well, you kind of already alluded to this, but tell me about your GamerGate experience.
Oh yeah, I mean, 10-year-old internet drama. What can you say? Yeah, I think that was a case of people not knowing how to talk to media and then being convinced by it was you know what, I'm just going to keep it simple. It was a repeat of same shit in the 90s, right? With Mortal Kombat and Night Trap and all that. It was the same thing. And so I'm old enough to remember that vividly. And it just felt like a repeat of that. And I think what I said, when all the GamerGate stuff is going on, is like in a couple of years, this is going to be gone and most of these outlets are going to be out of business. And that I feel like that prophecy has basically come true. They're much diminished, if not out of business. A lot of the outlets that really existed to made their money stirring up drama and supporting the people that did it. The part where game developers, indie or otherwise, are friends with people in I don't even want to call it journalism. Media coverage aspect of it is like, again, like the least surprising thing in the world, because because it's not, these are not journalistic outlets. It's like media coverage, right? It's like professional fanboyism. And those are the people, I guess, you would think to back you up, but yeah, they did it. They backed up their friends instead, and I think that's what got a lot of people bothered by the GamerGate stuff. Honestly, my only interest, the only thing I cared about was like, that's still true to this day, is you can make whatever you want to make, right? Like that's the fun thing about games, especially if we're gonna call them art. Where you lose me again is like you can't tell other people how to do it. You can't tell them what kind of content's okay. You can't say like whatever it is. Like even stuff that I would never can like look at or consider playing because I have no interest in it. Like someone probably likes it. Like yeah, they should be able to make a game about that. Especially if we're gonna call it art. If you're gonna try to treat this product as art, anything and everything goes. There's museums with toilets in them encased in acrylic boxes, and that's considered art. That's somehow worth millions of dollars. So yeah, if someone wants to make their weird anime girl game, like just don't play it.
Now when you say it's a repeat of the 90s with like Mortal Kombat, like what do you mean? What specifically is a repeat of that?
Oh well, I mean everyone. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have said it's Mortal Kombat, right? Because the Night Trap was a big part of it too, and maybe people forget why. It wasn't because of the violence, right? It was the violence against women thing. Right? It's this pulp B movie game, and it's so tame, compared to what you can see in a theater now. So to me, the same thing is like, oh, you're concentrating on violence, right? And they're concentrating on like it's what will this do to our women and children? This pastime where people sit on their ass and don't move. How will that affect our women and children? It'll turn people into violent sociopaths or psychopaths or just serial killers, child whatever rapists, like whatever bad things you could say something can do, or that's what video games can do to you if you don't listen to these specific people. Right, so you can replace the modern Anita Sarkeesian type with back then her name was Ronnie Lamb, Lamm, I believe it was, and like no one knows who that is anymore, right? Because the flash in the pan, right? The moral panic, it ended. Same as the moral panic in the 80s around what Two Life Crew, Skinny Puppy, Heavy Metal, and then what Elvis swinging his hips around. I feel like I said all this before. I think I said a lot of this at South by when I talked there.
Wait, did you speak at SavePoint?
Yeah. Yeah, they really didn't want me to do that. Yeah, there was a lot of drama around unnecessary bullshit that wasn't true around that. That's how these things go, right? Because it is this moral panic. Oh, all right. Yeah, this yeah, it's just this moral panic stuff repeats.
So
every 10, 15 years.
What group or individual? I know we don't want you don't want to make it too specific, but who was doing this moral panic?
What like recent, like when all that stuff is going on
during Gamergate? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, there's such a long list of people. Yeah, I mean, anyone who wanted press coverage, it was a great way to both people who really didn't contribute much, except they're typically uninformed or misinformed opinions, and the occasional indie developer who wanted to make a name for themselves with Kotakus and Polygons of the world, coming out in favor of treating everyone the same, right? The world's easiest thing to say that you do, and also the world's easiest thing to do because you don't have to do anything. You just treat everyone the same.
Well, that might be a contentious point for some people.
Well, which part of it? Let me ask that before I respond.
That treating everybody the same is easy. Because
Uh,
people would say that like people have all sorts of biases throughout their lives, from when they're raised in the home to their schooling to what
oh,
media they
sure.
consume,
Yeah,
etc.
yeah, yeah. There is a long list of excuses that people can have to treat people differently. But it really, people should try it. The people who think that way should try it, because it really is the easiest thing in the world to do. You don't do anything. You don't have to do anything, right? You
Well,
don't have to
you
worry
you
about.
do actually have to do something, I guess, in a certain sense. At least if you're like interacting with it in the context that like I am, I guess, right? Like, because um, like we saw
What
clearly
do you
what happened
mean?
with Kabrutus and Yiyi, right? That he didn't like reach out to her, it seems, um, at all.
No, but I mean, also
Whereas
like why
I
should he
did,
care?
and like I reached out to Kabrutus too, and like I think part of
Yeah.
like I think part of it is like expanding your circle of concern and interest to like include like all the various players like in controversies and events and life, and like taking their interests into account. That doesn't mean you have to agree with them or like endorse them, but at least like give them a fair hearing. Which I think like I think that's like part of the problem, that like in society we don't like do that, generally speaking.
Yeah, I think that's God, a universal statement you can make about anyone in any culture. Uh, but I think, yeah, I'm gonna keep, is it Kabrutus? Is that right?
Kabrutus, yeah.
Kabrutus. Okay, thank you. Why does he care? Like, does he need an answer? Does he need to understand? If he's in Brazil, he's
Well, he's in Japan now.
2,500 miles. Well, okay. Well, he's in Japan. Okay, he's even farther from where this co-working space is in Brooklyn. Like, there's no possible way how they run this nonprofit co-working space for any developers could ever possibly have any influence over his life. You know, the worst thing that comes out of it, that could come out of it, is he could find a game that he likes. Like, people should actually look at their, because I know some of them and I know some of what they're working on. Like, people should look at the game list on their website. They're actually making some stuff. They have made some stuff that is cool and is already out. Like, people that work at this place, and there's some other cool stuff coming out soon too. Um, Skate Story, I think Devolver's publishing it. Like, that dude works out of there. The last game he did, I can't remember the name of, which I feel bad about because it was fun. Um, there was a mobile one too with a hawk, Mama Hawk, I want to say. Cell Singularity, which is I don't even know what kind of game I would call it. It's interesting. It's very science nerdy. I like it. Mobile game. Like, people should actually look at the stuff, like the people that are doing there, and like you can decide then if the way that they're approaching running this nonprofit is to your liking. Like, or do you like the products coming out of it? All right, well, cool. So I guess they're doing something right. You know, I feel like that should be people's first response to stuff like this, instead of immediately having like a visceral reaction to it because they don't like the way someone worded something. And again, she didn't word it the way I would have worded it, but like, we're not the same people. We have different goals. Um, do what these same people say, right? Like, go do the research, right? Go to their fucking website, go to their Instagram page. Yeah, then look at their games. The most important part, look at their games. Because we're talking about video games, the least important thing in the world. So, maybe not take it so seriously.
All right, now you
Yeah.
mentioned a
So
tweet. Did you
that's going to be my response to like everything.
you
Everyone's taking this shit too seriously.
so
But yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah,
was
yeah.
your entry into the Gamergate conversation this creative freedom tweet that you made?
Oh yeah. Well, no, that wasn't. I guess the response to it was the response to being told, yeah, I was like a racist, sexist piece of shit. It's like, my response to someone saying something like that to me is gonna be like, oh, fuck you. You have no idea who I am as a person. Like, and you're just immediately making this assumption, which is what I'm telling other people not to do. And yeah, even some folks that I don't think I knew me very well. Well, if they had known me very well, they wouldn't have done it. But folks that I had like met in person, uh, yeah, because of that, like, suddenly didn't want to associate with me anymore. I was like, huh, this is weird. Like, this feels like a hard thing to disagree with. Like, everyone should be able to kind of do whatever they want. Um, yeah, the creative artistic freedom piece of it. And then, yeah, it all got out of hand and went on too long, frankly. There was no benefit towards, the only benefit towards the end, and by the end I mean the last 2 years it went on, was, a lot of people got some, lots more Twitter followers. Some of them started YouTube channels and Twitch streamers and found a way to monetize their fame or, infamy, depending on which side you are on. And it was the people you'd expect. I felt like the people that, a lot of self-appointed leaders who were just, the out to make a name for themselves. Again, both sides. On both sides in that, 100%. And the end result is, if those people are still around, they're still doing the same thing. They've moved on to the same or similar grifts. Yeah. If I sound very cynical about all of this, it's because I am. Because I feel like, not even in retrospect, at the time, a lot of this should have been obvious to people. But I think for a lot of people, the attention that they got out, it's addicting, right? All these people are paying attention to me now. What am I supposed to say? And that's and a lot of bad things came out of that. People made those bad things into careers. I'm not, and I'm not going to pretend I didn't celebrate when I saw that. The feminist frequency was shutting down, right? That was so obviously a grift from the beginning. I don't know how you'd have to be blind not to see it, or you'd have to be too young not to remember the same grift, going on in the 90s with I can't remember what the name of the
Jack Thompson
organization. No, not Jack Thompson. There was the Sarkeesian of the time. She had an organization, with a very respectable name, nonprofit that was like, kind of the same thing, fundraising off of this moral panic.
Well, you say it was
America is really bad with moral panics. Yeah, they're really bad with them.
When you say that feminist frequency was obviously a grift, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, just exactly what I just said. Just the initial fundraiser was built off the controversy of like, the gamers don't want this to happen because they don't want the world to know how sexist and horrible and awful they are. Just like patently untrue. Right? From the beginning.
Do you think the 2012 Kickstarter that you did, where she claimed that she got harassed? Do you think that wasn't true or was exaggerated, or what do you think there?
No, I think someone probably said something mean to her on the internet, and she monetized it. That's what I think. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. It's not. I don't mean to keep singling her out. She's just the easiest parallel to exactly how it's happened before. So, because she's just repeating the playbook from the 90s. In the game ban stuff back then. So
why did you get involved with GamerGate?
I didn't mean to. It was an accident. Yeah, I mean, really, people is like, you're just a terrible person now, and my reaction to that is, I like, fuck you. Like, no, I'm not. You're a self-important prick. Because I think what people got away with when all that was going on was a lot of these folks were, let's they're not suit and tie crowd, right? Very colorful, lots of hair colors. Some of them had an interesting fashion sense, and so it was kind of like almost easy to like they looked artsy, right? Like, so and this media wanted to be considered serious, right? This gaming media, not gaming journalism, gaming media. And so it was a good way to like sort of have a singular focus to try and turn games into art. And the way they did it was supporting these very specific people, and again, not. I don't think all of the people involved. I'm rambling here because I'm trying to think of the best way to explain it and remember what happened 10 years ago at the same time. So I need to rewind a little bit. Ask your question again.
Why did you get involved with GamerGate?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was getting way off topic. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was starting to get philosophical in my lack of being able to remember things exactly. Um, yeah, I didn't mean to. Yeah, people said mean things, and I don't like bullies, right? And so that was really what it came down to, I guess, in the end. And the memory of it happening in the '90s. But I think, yeah, this colorful, visually artsy people I'm talking about, or was rambling on about, like they kind of became the bullies in the scenario, and didn't. There's like a power that comes with being recognized, right? That I think got out of hand with some folks, and I'm sure I was guilty of it too. I certainly won't deny that. But that I think, yeah, the nerds got popular and couldn't handle the popularity, right? It's like, yeah, it's the wrong person getting superpowers, I guess, to put it in extra nerd terms. Um, someone who took the dark path in Infamous, if anyone still remembers that game. And it's I feel like everyone's learned their lesson, honestly, or should have by now. Learned their lesson with all that shit. But I guess there's a new generation to stir up shit. I bet this Brazilian dude's 10 years younger than me, if not younger. It's still full of piss and vinegar, and was trying to make a point, and then the point brought him a lot of attention, and now it got out of hand. It's not a GamerGate 2. There wasn't even really a GamerGate 1. It was and I say that because it was never one focused thing, right? It's like people were there for different things. Some people were there fighting the woke SJWs, right? And like, if anyone over the age of 17 talks like that seriously, like, seek help. But there's the people that were like that, and sadly they got a lot of attention because they were the louder folks, and just the easiest. Well, no, I'm going to finish first.
All right.
So they were the easiest for the people that were the opposite of that, right? To push against, and the opposite of that, which is being inclusive and being diverse, and trying to I'll be nice and say achieve equity. I think some of them were maybe pushing on enforcing equity a little bit, which probably turned off some people, the kind of people that say things like woke SJW seriously and are adults. But yeah. Anyways, go ahead. Yeah, well, what were you about to say?
So the woke SJWs. Okay, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
There are these people who do push others outside of the Overton window. You yourself experienced this. Like, what do you call?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, is that not a real problem, or was it not a real problem a decade ago?
What do you mean? You mean, like, what would you call them besides those terms?
Or sure, because like there's no like official label, I guess, right?
Right. Man, they're just part of the horseshoe, right? Like, yeah, the political spectrum's got extremes on both ends. I don't even know that that even the people that were on either side of this, again, decade-old drama, internet drama, not even real drama. I don't even necessarily think that they were extremists. I think platforms like Twitter encouraged that kind of more extreme language.
Well, it wasn't
to
just
be
them
used
though, right?
to
It
get
was
the point
also
across.
Kotaku and other gaming sites as well, and not even just gaming sites, but some mainstream publications as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, outside of the more corporate sites, right? Like IGN, GameSpot, which they are. I mean, now Polygon, less so. That back then they were still young and full of piss and vinegar back then. But they're media sites. They're not journalism sites, but they want to be taken seriously as journalism. And like, this was a way for them to try to approach what it should have been. This is what it should have been, and not there shouldn't have been any drama at all. It should have been a way for them to approach this subject, right? I think through the lens of history, through some context, and actually have a conversation about these different points of view, like the real points of view, not the extreme points of view. But what they ended up, they just all went full tabloid, right? Like full on tabloid, stir up trouble, single people out, which I can't believe that some of these outlets single people out. Like that's such a legal liability.
Well, they're still doing that, right? Like Kotaku, Alyssa Mercante at Kotaku recently announced that she was going to make an article about Melanie Mack.
Melanie Mack. I vaguely know that name.
She's a Christian conservative Twitch streamer who doesn't like LGBT
what?
people.
I was gonna say, didn't she used to work at GameStop? Wasn't she like a GameStop spokesperson back then? I think that's what I would know her from. I know about, maybe it was GameSpot. I feel like it was the store. I feel like it was GameStop. Or maybe she was sponsored by them or something. I can't remember. I had no idea that she went full on Christian conservative. I mean, I knew very little of her to begin with, but she's that's, I don't mean going after someone like that. I mean, they went after, back then they were going after randoms on Twitter, right? And hunting down and finding out who they really were. Doxing people, or we would call it, because that's what it is, doxing people. But someone like Melanie Mack, like if they're an internet personality, like they are begging for that fucking attention. She's gonna get more followers out of Kotaku writing an article about her than she would have if they didn't write it.
Probably true. Can you define what Gamergate was?
No, it wasn't a movement. I keep seeing the word movement thrown around, and that's just nonsense. It was a bunch of people telling these I think these media folks, hey, knock it the fuck off, cover the stuff that we actually care about. And I don't think that means that the stuff they were covering goes away. I just think it means, or what it should have meant, again, it's not what it meant because it wouldn't get as many clicks. It's not tabloidy. Is if you're saying your audience is gamers, then like everyone's your audience and you write stuff for everybody, right? It doesn't mean that you can't have a point of view as a publication, because that's a thing, right? Because these are not news outlets. These are media outlets. Like it's not surprising that each of these outlets has what's called a voice, right? And Kotaku's voice was snarky, and then they went too far, right? They kind of just like they kind of went full on prick. And people responded in kind. And the same thing with, I won't even say all of Polygon, but like a lot of Polygon writers did the same thing. They saw a way to increase their traffic. Because if they had low traffic, they will get fired. They found a way to increase it, and they had an opportunity to present themselves as kind of experts in their field, right? But when you get down to it, their field is it's writing opinion pieces, right? Writing reviews or publishing, republishing press releases, like 99% of the time. Because even places like Kotaku and Polygon and I think Rock Paper Shotgun was involved back then, and Destructoid as well. Like all of those outlets, like every once in a while they'd come out with like a really good piece, or like an investigative piece. And that's the reality of publishing in general, whether it's newspapers or magazines, because these websites are really more the equivalent of like EGM than the Wall Street Journal. It's 95% fluff, and that's what pays for the actual in-depth articles. And the people that are covering the fluff, they just kind of got out of hand, really, because they were making so much money doing it, so many page views. So many ad clicks, yeah. Everyone fucked up back then, like everybody did. And no one's learned, it sounds like, which is shameful. We should all know how to handle this better. There's so many hits, so there's so much history. I'm rambling again because you won't ask me another questions. So.
Well, what should they learn?
People should talk to each other. You should stop fucking quote tweet politicians to make fun of them, right? Do that to the people that put themselves out there as experts, if you want to. But like these people, EE posted something in September of 2023, and now someone's trying to make some drama about it. like, I don't even understand the purpose of it. Like, if the argument is, well, like what the argument started out back then, right, with the initial GamerGate stuff, and what it should be now, and what the Sweet Baby Inc. list is, right, is it's you talking with your money, and I keep hammering on this because it's the truth, right? It would be great if everyone could go out there and market their product however they want. They can market it as art. They can market it as a game where you shoot giant alien bugs. They can market it as, anthill simulator, right? Something like The Sims. And whatever subject matter they want to include, great. And if you don't like that stuff, you can just don't buy it.
Well, you say talking with their money, but
yeah, talking with their money. Yeah, just don't support
isn't
this.
That essentially what, like a list, so if people are convinced that this progressive consulting firm is doing a bad job and they don't like the work that they do on the games based on what they know about it so far, and they say, you know what, I would like to have a curator on my Steam account that subscribe to this curator page. That way I can.
Oh, well, that's fine. No, I think all that's 100% fine. Yeah. I wouldn't go singling out employees on Twitter regardless of what they think, though. And obviously, again, I don't think Sweet Baby should not have reached out to Valve to try to have the group banned. But I would suggest that the person running it really considers like the real reasons why they're doing it and like think through what they wrote.
Yeah, and I don't
a little bit more.
I don't necessarily dislike Kabrutus. I disagreed with him on the niche gamer situation lightly, and then I disagreed with him on this situation pretty heavily, I guess. But like, I don't think he's like a bad guy. I don't think he's like out to like, oh, I'm out here to harass people, and he's been very clear that he doesn't support people sending mean messages or harassing people.
Yeah, but like, how do you like run across this video posted months ago?
I don't know, someone maybe sent it to him or he was looking for it, because like that is sort of like what his quote unquote job
like why was he
right? Like that is his quote unquote, well, not this specifically because like he's wrong in this case, but like in theory he thinks the job he wants is to keep track of all of the DEI stuff in gaming. Now unfortunately he ended up picking somebody who didn't even do anything wrong, which is why I think I called him out. And I think he's surrounding himself, unfortunately, because this on background conversation, I'm not gonna say what was said in the emails, but this on background conversation with his personal assistant, he seemed a little unhinged. But you know what? It's Kabrutus' life. If he wants to hire this guy to be his assistant, he can. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, why does he need a personal assistant? He's a guy who posts things on the internet.
No, he's starting a website now. That's his thing.
Oh yeah, here we go. there's the grift. Yep. There's always the grift.
I don't think it's necessarily a grift. Like if he's passionate about it and genuinely believes in the things that he's saying, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that, except for like the way he's conducting himself currently.
Man, imagine making your living off of concentrating on the differences between people. Now tell me how that contributes to a more positive world.
What do you mean by concentrating on the differences between people?
Well, I mean, when I read the description right on this Steam group, when I hear this DEI phrase, like I already know what kind of content's going to be on the website. I don't have to imagine it. I mean, I've also already gone to his YouTube page and I've seen the kind of content he posts there. And I'm just like, oh, this is like quartering light. I get it. All right. And then, of course, he'll eventually have to become more extreme, right, to compete with quartering, who also tried a website during his brief period of fame, if I'm remembering correctly. That
failed. Do you not think that either Kabrutus or someone like this, someone who does, like, there's a lot of people who do think that that these consulting firms do a bad job. Do you think that somebody like that can't be reasoned with, or that they can't have a conversation?
If they're trying to monetize their opinion on it, which really, this is what it sounds like this is going on.
What do you think I do? I'm just
well, no, I mean, Well, I got to give you credit there, actually, because I did watch some of your videos. I don't think you do that as much. I think you are more about discussion. But this is someone who's monetizing a specific opinion, right? And a specific approach. And so, I would question if it's even trying to work reasoning with that, because they make their money by not agreeing. And whatever your opinion is on that, fine. Some people like that kind of content. It's very much like old school talk radio. Now it's just on Twitch and YouTube. But I don't see a ton of value in it around like the discussion of politics in games. It's fine that there's politics. There's always been politics in games. I think this. I feel like so much of this is manufactured drama, because it was so lucrative for so many people. Back in 2014, and all it really did was stoke division. And so I'm just not interested in like that kind of stuff anymore. I was never interested in that stuff to begin with. And I'm interested in it even less after having, had the opportunity to, during all the GamerGate stuff, interact with some of those people, in person, not just online. And just like, yeah, this is just another Jerry Springer type. That was my reaction to basically everyone on both sides that was trying to make a name for themselves off of this. This is just online Jerry Springer. So. Good luck to him if his site does well. Good for him. I won't be visiting it. I don't see a lot of value in it.
Yeah, and I am a little bit maybe more defensive of him, because like I've seen some of his appearances on shows, and I've seen a couple of his videos, and I wished him the best. I wished him the best when he moved, and I defended him when the Sweet Baby people attacked him. But I do think that he's made a mistake here, and he needs to apologize. He needs to own up to it, and hopefully take it as a learning experience, and approach things in better faith. So we'll see. We'll see how he decides to approach this. Right now he's moving from Brazil to Japan. Like, he's in the process of that. So like, he's busy, but I hope he decides to go the right path here, because otherwise, he's just going to become the Kotaku of the right, or the Kotaku of the anti-SJW community, or whatever you want to call it, and that's not good either.
Yeah, there's so many of those already. I don't know the value in another. Competition is good, but another one of those, is about as valuable as another Kotaku. I don't know. By that I mean there's no value, I guess. Just to be blunt, I don't understand. Yeah.
All right. Do you consider yourself?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to move on to the next section. So if you have anything you want to say.
Yeah, do it, please. Yeah, stop me from rambling. Jesus Christ.
Do you consider yourself a gamer? And if so, what does that mean to you?
Sure. It doesn't mean anything other than, play video games. I always have. I still have my original Atari. It still works. It's still plugged in. I just bought the new one that came out recently. It has like HDMI port on it with still all my old cartridges. And then all my consoles from back then to now, I still have. I don't pull them out and play as much because emulation's so good now, and they take up a lot of space. But yeah, that's all it is. I enjoy. That's my hobby. I like when I get to do it for work. I wouldn't want to work for a game company. I know too many people that have, and I don't think people realize just how hard a job it actually can be for some of those team members. And the pay isn't really very good for the amount of work that gets put into it. So that, I like playing games. Again, I ramble. I like playing games. That's my answer. It's like 4 words.
Well, we have like 75 questions, so maybe
oh, Jesus. All right,
a little bit more concise. Is that a gendered term for you, gamer?
Is what?
Is it a gendered term for you?
No, no. I don't think ER is. That's not a gender ending of a word in English. So I don't know why it would be. Yeah.
On August 28th, 2014, 10 competing outlets all published articles on the same day. These 10 articles were followed by 9 additional articles on other mostly gaming sites over the next few days, which some saw as calling for an end to the gamer identity. What did you think of these articles?
Oh, I mean, tabloid trash. Got lots of clicks. Got what they wanted. Again, do not think they expected to get out quite as out of hand as it did. The reaction to those articles.
Why do you think they wrote these articles?
So clicks. I mean, that's it. They wanted attention. I'm not one of the people who thinks that it was like. I mean, we know some of it was coordinated, right? Because we saw the mailing list, but I don't think it was all coordinated. I think a lot of it too was some of these articles saw other outlets doing it and had to put out their own because they didn't want to look bad, right? That's really what it comes down to. It was a good. Well, actually, let's do that. Switch. The gamers are dead article. I need to again remembering 10 years ago.
Well, there were what was it, 19 of them? So, which one do you want to talk about?
Yeah. Geez. Yeah. I mean, this is an opportunity for I guess 19. God, I don't remember it being that many. 19 frustrated.
Well, there were only 10 on the first
write an op-ed,
but there were 9 others.
Yeah.
9 others over the course of the next few days. Like several days.
Right, yeah. The nine others were like, oh shit, we gotta write one now. Right? Those like we gotta catch up, we gotta come out in favor of all these things that sound nice. It was I really don't know why they did that. Like I can't imagine like a worse reaction for companies to make, like literally against their audience. But they were in the long term, they've been punished for it, right? Readership is down. A lot of those writers are gone or have left the field. A lot of the articles written about specific people, being attacked or harassed, and I think everyone knows who those are. There was multiple. Those people are basically gone now. Right? It's like everyone that was pushing back against that, like in spite of the people that really just refused to stop.
Well,
stop trolling.
Some people would say that they're not quite gone; that some of them have moved into these consulting roles.
Well, I wouldn't worry about those people too much. The impact there is short term. Because as soon as it starts impacting the bottom line, none of these companies are really gonna put up with bad writing if the writing's bad, but if the gameplay is bad, because it won't sell. But it doesn't mean there isn't a way to be inclusive, right? But you can be inclusive in the sense that you make games for everyone. And sometimes an audience for a specific type of game just doesn't deserve, because of its sales potential, like a AAA budget. And so I think if you see a bunch of AAA games failing that maybe go, a little hard in whatever political direction, they miss the mark, and they'll correct because they have shareholders. They're responsible to increase the profits for, not lower them.
If the games press had tried to reform, or even just ignored ethical questions instead of publishing the gamers are dead articles, do you think this still would have blown up into a massive controversy?
No, it was a controversy of their own creation, and I think they set out to create it, but I also think it caused them more issues than it was worth in the long run.
Why do you think the games press didn't go that route? Why not just say, "Hey, look, we made some mistakes.
Ego, hubris. Yeah, ego, hubris. Stubbornness. no one should be surprised that, you know, a bunch of frustrated writers that are spending most of their day otherwise, you know, outside of a controversial topic that gets some clicks, you know, really just regurgitating press releases. No one should be surprised that they latched onto the opportunity for the spotlight. But I really do think it backfired spectacularly on them. You know, which doesn't defend anyone who was. Can't believe I still feel the need to say this 10 years later. You know, not defending anyone actually harassing any of these people, but like the fact that the attention brought to them was negative was their own doing.
What did you think about games journalism in 2014, and what do you think of it now?
Oh, dude, I don't even read it anymore. I go to Reddit, which is what I should have been doing back then, which is where they were copying all their information from anyway, right? About the stuff that I'm interested in, you know, the general media, the general gaming media, I don't even remotely pay attention to it. I'm happier for it too. I would encourage more people.
Well, shoot, my next question is: has games journalism gotten better?
I don't think the written kind has, but I do think like the quality on YouTube of some individual, and I'm not going to name anyone, but of individual reviewers has drastically improved. That doesn't mean there aren't still a bunch of people out there that'll like say anything for money. But I feel like there's more people. I think some because of the GamerGate stuff, and some just after. You know, get out there and try to cover these products more in a way that their audience actually wants.
What kind of reforms,
or at least a larger audience wants. Sorry, go ahead.
What kind of reforms would you have liked to have seen happen?
Reforms with what you mean, the coverage? Oh, I mean, like that. What happened never should have happened. You know, and I guess, you know, putting that aside, like they should have never written those articles. But putting that aside after their response, which I still think was a pretty substantial response to it. You know, they probably should have backed down. Like, so we handled that poorly. You know, because that would have been a great opportunity to have a conversation about these different viewpoints. And I think that conversation probably would have shown, I think, more clearly that some of the people that, you know, were really stirring up this controversy just to get attention really were just doing it for that reason, just to make some cash off of it. You know, it would have provided some time for reflection, and that never had a chance to happen.
How responsive to calls for reform do you think the games press was?
Oh, I mean, not at all. You know, new sites started up, right, because their response was so poor. You know, not all of those sites are around anymore, but like, you know, there's still sites like TechRaptor around that. I will visit TechRaptor on occasion, honestly, because not because of collusion, as people like to say, but just because I've, you know, talked to some of their writers and their editor-in-chief before, and you know, I like the way they do coverage. It's not always just a regurgitation of press releases.
So you mentioned, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Yeah.
You mentioned TechRaptor.
Yeah.
They've been somewhat controversial.
Because they deleted all the old content.
Well, not all of it,
from
strangely
back
enough.
in the day.
Only some of it, which is weird.
Yeah, I mean, I gave their editor a little shit about that. I thought that wasn't the right approach, but it's his website, you know.
Well, and then
I think it should have stayed there. Put it in an archive, you know. Don't be embarrassed.
Some of the employees who worked there too have reported that the working conditions aren't the greatest. Like Roy Kalbeck, who I've interviewed, that they were extremely low pay, essentially.
Well, excuse me. Hold on.
Well, I think he brought up other issues as well, but the low pay was one of them.
Sorry, I got allergies. I don't know if I ever talked to him. But I mean, it's an independent outlet. I'm not surprised that it doesn't really pay very well. But I also think it's run on a pretty shoestring budget. You know, I don't think, you know, the owner, who's just one dude, he's not making a killing off of this. You know, he's got a full-time day job. So I think as a passion project that it can even pay people at all, that's pretty cool. Because people obviously should get paid for the work that they do. But I don't know what the rates are. I don't know anything about the situation, so I can't really say much more than that.
If you were the editor-in-chief of a gaming website and some of your employees were accused of ethical violations, how would you have handled the situation?
Well, I mean, the job is to look into it, right? Whether you want to or not. So that's basically how I would have handled it. You know, would I've taken some of the claims that I saw seriously? No. People were looking for an excuse to go after some people. But if there were potential real concerns, you know, you'd have to, like, that's your obligation as that person's manager or boss, especially if you're, you know, the editor-in-chief of the publication.
Do you think there is still a role for good games journalism in the world? And if so, what does that look like to you?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think there is. I think what I'd love for it to look like is, you know, more 2008, 2009 style coverage where it really just concentrates on the games. You know, some people don't like numbered scores, but I kind of see some value in that. I'd like to see those stick around. But I think going back and doing deep dives, right, into games, just this longer coverage, because games come out so fast now that the coverage they get, you know, or the reviews, like, reviews are so short compared to how they used to be. They don't really get in depth into like the gameplay of the game. A lot of it's so very surface level now. So I'd love to see, you know, a trend in that direction, and not just as video, as written content too, because sometimes I just don't want to watch a video. I can read much faster than people talk. So I'd love to see, you know, the written stuff continue as well. I just feel like I don't see in-depth reviews from any publications anymore. Either have to go to YouTube or, you know, fight with you know, some Substack interface somewhere to get some, like, you know, indie dudes like in-depth review on something, because those take a while, right? And sometimes these reviewers, and not to defend core coverage, but sometimes they really only are given a couple days to, like how do you cover a 40-50 hour game in a couple days? You can't expect people to stay.
Because of why is that? Is that review embargoes, or is that something else?
Well, I don't think it's just review embargoes.
Oh,
there's a lot.
Wait, hang on.
Hang on.
I'm gonna switch here. Review embargoes. That means that they can't talk about it, but they can still play the game prior, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay, so they can still play it before it. But so why are they getting the game so close to release? And do you have, like, evidence of this that you could provide or reference?
Well, I mean, you can go on Twitter and search for a reviewer talking about it. I know I've seen it more than once, but I don't have evidence. But, you know, the back in the day, right, you'd have time to play games because less of them came out, right? You're writing for a written publication that comes out once a month. So you concentrate on one game. Now it's new content every day. There isn't enough hours in the day for really any of these people to spend time doing these in-depth reviews, because then the site becomes not profitable. Because that's the economics, right, of websites. They're not making money off the content. They're making money off the ads around the content. So there's less incentive, really, to do the longer, in-depth, you know, by an expert type reviews. And that's how you end up with situations where someone who doesn't like a game genre ends up reviewing a game, right? Like, again, I don't have a specific example, but I know I've seen that happen multiple times, where it's like, I don't like this type of game, but I had to review it. It's like, well, why? Like, why would they give that to you? It's because that's who was available for review to get the review out quickly, right? So, again, not defending bad coverage, but like that's how bad coverage happens. They don't have the time.
In September 2014, it was revealed that nearly 150 games journalists from competing publications were in a mailing group called GameJournoPros. What did you think of this revelation?
I mean, I wasn't. There's tons of industry mailing lists. I think people may be more surprised at some of the content. That maybe went a little bit against what some of those folks might have said in public, and then some of the, again, the wrong word is not, the word is not collusion, but you could see the process of these articles being written somewhat through the mailing list. And that is something to be more concerned about. Not the idea that because then that almost feels like a media establishing a narrative, and that's not a good thing. But the fact that the mailing list existed shouldn't surprise anyone. I mean, there's probably a carpet cleaners mailing list, street sweepers mailing list.
Do you have? What do you think of the content of the list that was revealed? Are you not familiar with all the details?
I mean, again, it's been a decade. I didn't even read all of it back then, but some of what I remember reading was just, the kind of stuff that if you're writing for a specific audience, you probably don't want out in public.
Well, not
because then you start coming across as disingenuous and maybe not less interested in the truth and more interested in just the story.
Right. Well, I guess there are like 4 like specific things that like people would point to, right? Or there's maybe more than that, but like 4 big ones. Like one of which was people on the list encouraging people not to work with Alistair Pensoff anymore, from Destructoid, and also,
I remember that one.
And also encouraging people not to work with a game developers. Well, I forget his name, but I've covered that as well in the past in this book project, I believe. And then there's also them pressuring Greg Tito. You could call it pressuring, I guess. They don't control his website, of course, The Escapist, but they did encourage him to censor discussion on his forums of ethical controversies, essentially, that were happening at the time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously none of that's good, right? That's not.
There was a 4th one as well, but it was more minor. But
it is, blackballing is bad. Pretty sure it's not legal. Even that's at least if you get caught with it, that should be a bad thing. So I'm not. I sort of vaguely remember that happening. And then the whole thing of just trying to control a narrative. I mean, that's hard to defend. I don't know how anyone could really defend that. That's like the definition of getting caught red-handed. And again, maybe it's part of the reason that they doubled down, just to try to prove themselves right. I don't know. There were so many mistakes made all around, and all of which could have been avoided by the initial mistake of writing all those articles for clicks. So obviously for clicks. Yeah, and then the mistake of both sides, kind of falling in for various cults of personality. Again, doesn't solve problems, just creates division.
Some GamerGate supporters believed that pressuring advertisers to pull out would be a good way to convince gaming publications to initiate ethical reforms. What did you think of this strategy?
I think it's a great idea. I think that's exactly the way to do it, because they make their money off of advertising. And if you tell their advertisers that you are not happy with their coverage as a consumer of their product, then why would you buy their product? Because it seems like they're supporting these things that you find concerning. I think anyone could do that. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's put pressure. It's a corporation. Put pressure on corporations that work with them. Like that's the way to do it. Yeah, that's the only way to get some of these people. Not even gaming sites, but like any corporation. It's the only way to get them to do anything good. Sometimes you know. So go for it. Boycotts are awesome.
Sorry, I'm trying to get through the list.
Yeah.
Did you support contacting advertisers over ethical violations only, or for other reasons too?
I mean, I feel like that's reason enough. Yeah, I don't know what other reasons you would really need.
Well, I guess because you disagree with their politics, right?
I mean, you can contact advertisers for that reason, sure. If I was the advertiser, I would probably care less about that though. Because if a site's putting out content that you disagree with the politics of, chances are you're going to stop visiting that site anyway. So you just might not matter as much. It's easier to call someone out for doing something that's wrong, I think, than trying to make like a political issue out of it. Like objectively wrong. Like if someone's lying and you catch them in a lie and you can prove you caught them in a lie, like that's an ethical violation. That's not the kind of people that advertisers want to support. And even if they don't pull out, they might make a call to the ad department and say, hey, we got this feedback from X amount of people. What's up? And that could work its way through, the corporate food chain to the original author and letting him know that he's impacting the bottom line. Because it really is what it comes down to. These are companies.
Do you have any thoughts on DeepFreeze?
That was the right, the Wikipedia for all the fuck ups for everything that the journalist.
Well, it's not a wiki because not everyone can edit. Well, they do have a wiki as well, I guess.
Oh yeah. I guess I don't mean literally, I guess, but that's why it's like this is a place you can get. Yeah. That's a better. Yes, that's much better. Right, it's more less ethical. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, I have no issues with that. Yeah, if I mean, as long as they're not like random, spurious claims against these folks.
They do source everything, though. Some people disagree with how they categorize their sensationalism label, but they do source everything.
Yeah, I mean, everyone up there should probably be tagged with the sensationalism label. That's how they got there in the first place. Yeah.
In August 2015, Michael Koretsky, a regional director for the Society of Professional Journalists, hosted the SPJ Airplay conference. The idea of the conference was to have journalistic ethics experts meet with GamerGate supporters to discuss their concerns about games journalism and the way the media covered GamerGate. The second half of the conference was interrupted by bomb threats, forcing the convention center to be evacuated. Do you have any thoughts on this event?
About the event specifically, I mean, I think it was a good thing to hold. Sorry, my cat's meowing at me. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a good event to hold. It was a shame there was a bomb threat.
Did you watch it?
I'm not even gonna. I watched it after. I think I was working while it was going on. But yeah, I saw a video of it. I don't even know if I saw the whole thing, honestly. But yeah, that's it. I mean, I wouldn't even speculate on who called in the bomb threat. I would be both not surprised if it was someone who was there and wanted to get more attention for the event, or if it was someone who just wanted to shut it down.
Well, there is one person who did claim credit for it, though it's a spurious claim. Someone named Eclipso. He tried to claim credit for.
I have no idea who that is.
He was a third-party troll who wanted to fuck with people on both sides, basically. He was with
Batman.
But I don't even. But he claims he did it, but he offers no evidence. He just made the claim.
Yeah. I don't think it was anyone who was there speaking at it, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone there called it in either.
Why do you think the media?
Or it could have been someone else.
Why do you think the media largely didn't cover SPJ Airplay?
That's a good question. There's no good excuse. It's not having an intelligent discussion is not as sexy of a topic matter as something sensational. I think that's what the real reason is. Yeah, so it's not as sexy as talking about like gender-based harassment for coverage.
Do you have any thoughts on other
Or I guess.
GamerGate? Good.
Oh no, I'm done. I'm done.
Do you have any thoughts on other GamerGate panels, like the South by Southwest SavePoint panel that you were at, or my GamerGate panels at Arch Anime and Natsucon?
Well, I'll talk about the South by one first, since I was actually there and on the panel. Yeah, so someone had talked to the head of South by, trying very, very hard to prevent me from speaking. Because I really just kind of said things like I'm saying now, even back then. And it makes for bad. It ruins other people's stories if you get out there and just say, like, this has happened before. This is obviously a grift. Here's the parallels. The media should have known better than to cover things this way. This is a good random anecdote. There was a guy from BBC, I can't remember his name, who stood up and asked a question at that event, and he said something like, "What if they, what if we?" He must have been like a club reporter or like a pool reporter, right? This people they pull from the right quick hits. What if they only give us an hour to write a story? We're basically going to go with the one that is the most straightforward, whatever version of the story is the simplest. And the way he said it and the way he worded the question, it's like he didn't quite understand why that was a problem, when that's kind of what the whole problem was to begin with. Shit like that. And so the story of, games are hyper violent, cause dudes to beat on women, like, that's an easy story to sell. That'll get clicks, that'll get views. The whole thing around, like, any other ethical stuff with the journalists, like, it took more than a sentence to explain it, and it was basically like, these people simply didn't have the time, or maybe more accurately, didn't care to make the time to get to know the story better, right? Because again, because it was that's why I say, like, no one should ever call it a movement. It was a fucking hashtag people used. People use it as an opportunity after the initial brouhaha around those articles to, like, basically air every unrelated grievance they possibly could, which to the benefit of no one, clearly, because it certainly didn't help things. All it did is confuse things. Provided more cover, right, for these people who are writing this trash, because then they had a million other things to talk about. It's like, look, so and so is a fucking men's rights activist. It's like, what the hell does that have to do with video games?
Well, you're talking about the Honey Badgers, right?
Well, any of them. I don't think just them.
Well, it wasn't. Well, there were other people who were MRAs too.
Pick a topic. Someone had grievances to air over it, and it became about that. It became the oppression Olympics of both sides, which I'm sure no one wants to hear. Right. Well, that's what they were accused of, right?
Well,
it's like I'm.
Well, both contemporaneously, I interviewed. I guess was it MechWarrior, the MechWarrior guy. He was an MRA during GamerGate. I interviewed him.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
I don't remember his name specifically. It was MechWarrior something. He was, but he was a men's rights activist, I believe. I interviewed him, and I've interviewed Hannah Wallen from the Honey Badgers, and the Brian Martinez of the Honey Badgers actually had me on his show to talk about my book, and he wants to have me back when it gets closer to release.
Yeah.
Which we strongly disagreed with some stuff with each other on that Honey Badger. Did you see that?
Yeah. No, I think I saw that you were on there when I was clicking around on YouTube. I didn't watch it yet. This was right before our chat. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, everyone's got their thing, I guess, but none of it's got anything to do with video games,
Well, they're also gamers, right? Like they're not like just MRAs, right? these are MRAs who like also care about video games, like, or at least they say they do,
Sure,
and I think
sure, but
I think
these
they're
like,
genuine. They go to conventions, you know.
not, yeah, I don't know if these are necessarily topics that are relevant to each other, though, when you get down to it.
Well, they're let me okay. So they're not here to defend themselves, and I disagree with them on a lot of stuff, but I'll still try and be fair with them. Like their view essentially is that they have two views, I guess. What the first view, and they can email me if they think I'm mad, if I'm getting it wrong. But I think their first view is that um, that certain groups in society, the social justice warriors, whatever you want to call them, that they demonized rights activists for years, and then these some of the same people then demonized GamerGate supporters, and so they saw them as like um, fellow travelers,
yeah,
people who got smeared
yeah.
unfairly by the same group. Like that's one. Well, let's take that on its own.
That's
What do you think
no,
of that?
that's true. Actually, that's a good way to describe it. I think that's accurate. I think a lot of varying groups with very different perspectives on things agreed that they didn't want other people telling them what kind of video games they could like. That's what kind of what it feels like it comes down to. And long term, I feel like that's the biggest result out of all of it. And I think some of these other groups, you know, I'm glad we agreed on that one thing. But I don't know that we agree on anything else. Which is always frustrating when that stuff was going on. I kept getting called like some conservative Trump supporting nut job. I'm like, you guys have no fucking clue just how liberal I actually am. Just no idea.
All right, well let's
Yeah,
give their second view the time
yeah,
of day for just a minute here. Their second
sure.
view, I think, and this is one that Hannah Wallen expressed it. I don't want to. I'm going to fuck it up, but I'm going to try and present her argument. Um,
Uh,
Essentially, I think that she's of the view too that like gaming traditionally had been more of a male-dominated hobby, but there were also women who played games too, and she considers herself one of them. However, she
I'm not
believes.
sure.
Well, hang on. Let me just lay it out, and then you can rebut it. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So then,
yeah.
so,
Uh,
but she's of the view that these that essentially as more and more women have entered the gaming space, and in her opinion, again, I disagreed with her on this, but as more and more women have entered the gaming space, she thinks that they've changed aspects of the gaming culture in ways that she doesn't like as a person.
yeah. I mean, I guess I'd say most of that just kind of sounds like horseshit. And the part about it, her not liking it as a person, I think that's fine. Not everyone has to like everything. And I'll to go back to the horseshit comment. I was just man, where was I? I'm in some Atari Discord. I gotta find it again, and if I do, I'll send it to you.
Well,
And
I'm sort of selling it short. She would go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, well, no, listen. They posted the demographics of like their top selling games at the time, and this is in the '70s, dude. This isn't now. This isn't 2000. And their audience was like mostly women, right? It came down to like where the arcade games were stopped, right? Because this is arcade times, not console times, like the way before times. Um, so I don't think it's never been true that there hasn't been a lot of women in gaming. Even on the very first fucking game I interned on when I was like 15, there was a woman who did all the backgrounds for this like hyper violent fighting game. Like this like Viking themed hyper violent fighting game with finishing moves because that was the big thing, right? Because of course this was right after all the Jack Thompson and Joe Lieberman and Clinton stuff with all that nonsense, Mortal Kombat. So like we're gonna put in fucking fatalities and they're gonna be super brutal.
So
Uh,
let's
you know,
let's spice up her argument a bit because I think that if you watch the
yeah,
conversation that I had with her, it was a spicy discussion. Um, but I think it's not. So she doesn't like them on a personal level. That's true. These changes that she perceives as occurring. But she also thinks that this is sort of an issue more broadly. That she thinks that when large numbers of women enter a community, They're sometimes, or oftentimes in her view, perhaps, I don't want to straw man her, but I think her view is essentially that when they join these communities and start entering hobbies and new fields, that they, because men and women on average have differences, she would say that they take a different approach towards certain topics. Like, for instance, women might not be on average, again, on average, we're talking, as interested in trash talking in games. And so they might perceive that as something that needs to go away and change the space to make sure that that goes away. And she doesn't like that.
I hate hypothetical arguments like that. And because I've man, every chick I know who plays fucking video games, dude, if they're playing them online, like the shit that comes out of their mouths, oh my god, I would never say it. Like I wouldn't worry about trash talking going away. Maybe there's a time and a place for it when you're with your friends and not playing, 9-year-olds. But yeah, I mean that's just nonsense. That just sounds like I don't see that kind of argument as any different than, which I sort of alluded to and didn't mention earlier, like pre rock and roll, bringing the devil into the world. When it was comic books, right, with EC Comics and Batman and Robin, and look at Robin in those tights, he's gonna turn kids gay, right? That was literally the fucking argument, man. Like it's a congressional record. It's as nonsensical to me as that kind of argument. Kids playing Mortal Kombat's gonna make them try to pull their head off their cat. Like probably not. Like that sounds unlikely. Maybe if the kid was already gonna do that, like yeah, okay, maybe. But like even then, shit, dude. They made that movie with Tom Hanks about Dungeons and Dragons. I can't remember the name of it. Right, his first big role. Like, it's all the same shit. Like, it's all the same. It's just like the new flavor of it, right? Here's this pill of bullshit we wanted people to eat. Like, what candy do we coat it in, right? More women playing games is gonna make games. I don't know what. Everything's gonna be a Barbie game suddenly. Oh my god. Or the opposite. Like, oh my god, there's a gay black dude in my game. Am I gonna turn into that now?
I don't know if I don't know if like they specifically.
Oh no, I'm not saying that about her. I should be clear about that. Yeah, I'm not saying that this person is saying that at all. I'm just like it just all feels like the same argument to me. It's just how are you? What shtick are you selling? How do you want to sell it?
So you say that
I'm not sure that it's like a huge influence. Really. Oh, go ahead.
You say that South by Southwest tried to stop you from speaking.
Well, I got like disinvited because someone told them I did something that I like very clearly didn't do. And I ended up just talking to
the panel happened.
Oh yeah. It became unclear like after I flew into town because I didn't live in Austin. I live in Austin now. I didn't at the time. I was already in Austin and I got the message about that. I think from Perry. I can't remember his last name right now. Who helped set up the panel. The Open Gaming Society, I want to think his organization was called. About it, and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, like, just get me on the phone with this dude. Like, just give me 10 minutes. It was just like, I don't know what you heard, but like, here's who I actually am. Like, you can look me up on the internet. This is what I do for a living. Like this is all nonsense. Someone asked me to, I think I was there filling in for someone else who either ended up not being able to make it or also got disinvited. I can't remember which circumstance it was. I wasn't even like a number one draft pick. I was second round. But yeah, I mean, it ended up going fine. Got some good questions. And honestly, everything kind of feels like it died after that South by Southwest. Like 99% of the drama just went out the window. It feels like after that event. Because I think it became obvious that neither side was going to stop. and it became a losing sum. It became a losing some battle. Sorry. After that. And I think it was because a little bit. I don't want to take a ton of credit here, but I think it was because like the panel that we had for it, because it was just so normal and like questions were answered and opinions were given and listened to and then like responded to, and it wasn't this internet shit fight, right? Like when you see that's who you're up against. Again, not just me, because there were so many people that could have been sitting there at that panel and done the same thing. You can't make them the monster anymore, right? Like once they have an opportunity to use more than whatever it was at the time, 144 characters in a tweet, it becomes much harder to refute someone. At least for me, like me personally, it's like I agree with two people on like 99% of things, but it doesn't mean I think you should be in charge of what other people are allowed to like or not like.
Well, let me ask you this. I never ask people this question because you're the only well, actually, I've interviewed Lynn Walsh, who was at South by Southwest too, at SavePoint.
Yeah, Lynn was awesome. I'm glad I got to meet her.
She's great. I like her. We did a short interview though. She only had like 30 minutes, but she ended up giving me like an hour or 45 minutes or something, a little bit extra. We went late. No, she told me 20 minutes originally. We went like 45.
Yeah, we've been on like 2 hours. I just realized that.
By the way, if you want to break, let me know.
No, man, okay. I'm sitting here playing Devil Daggers while
But I want to ask you. I want to ask you because I haven't asked anybody about this yet. What do you think about the media's coverage of the SavePoint panel?
I think there was some actually very fair coverage, not from any of the outlets. I would not from the. I don't even remember if Kotaku covered it.
It might have been like a blurb. I'm reading the article right now. It's quite.
Yeah, I think the Verge. Like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they weren't there or like that was so completely not what happened at all. Like I don't like they either were not there. Like they didn't introduce themselves. They didn't present themselves as press, which is fine. They don't have to, right? But they didn't ask any questions or anything like that. Although maybe one of them did. I guess it could have been someone asked me a question about. I think it was one of the folks. One of the attention-grabbing folks on the anti side had written a book that got optioned for a movie. I can't remember who it was, and I think the question was like, what do you think about the content of that? I was like, well, I haven't read it, right? Just who cares, And like, would I agree with the content? And I just said, well, I don't know. Like, I haven't read it, but people are allowed to lie. Right, like the lies were very profitable in that time period for a lot of people. Again, on both sides. Well,
let's just read their opening.
I think that it might have been The Verge. Yeah. I don't remember at all.
Let's read their opening paragraph. The Verge, or I'll link it first, and then we can go over. All right, I linked it in general, but okay, I'll read the first paragraph. Kwame Opam for The Verge writes. In the world of Gamergate, empathy isn't allowed. The harassment women face is exaggerated, and online abuse doesn't cause real-world harm. That's exactly what was heard at the South by Southwest SavePoint panel yesterday. In one of the
where did you post that to? No, I want to see where you posted it. So I want to follow
in general.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. In one of the same rooms that housed South by Southwest's day-long anti-harassment summit, there was no room for sympathy for people like Brianna Wu, who days earlier offered examples of the nearly 200 times she had been attacked online, including one man telling her he would put a drill through her skull. I've never seen Brianna Wu say this. I need to watch this panel now, maybe.
I mean,
what do you? Let's just ask you straight up, Nick. Do you? By the way, the guy's last name's Perry Jones. But
thank you. Sorry, Perry.
Did you not have any sympathy for Brianna Wu?
I mean, no. No. I mean, this is not someone who anyone should believe, and that's why. I'm not saying I don't have any sympathy with someone who's been genuinely harassed, but this is one of those grifters I was talking about.
So why do you think Brianna Wu hasn't been genuinely harassed?
Man, someone tweeting something at you, it's just not. I don't think that counts. I don't think that counts. Not to an adult, like to a kid, right? If this was happening to like a 14 or 15-year-old, yeah, I get it. Like you shouldn't say shit like that to kids. But adults who have been on the internet for any length of time, which she has, I think, we're roughly the same age. I might be a little older.
Well, okay, so
like you can just like mute a person, like it's a feature built into Twitter, or even block them. My goodness, that's like so much effort, you know. And then you never have to hear from that person again.
Okay, so let's go through. I know that there's a lot of questions people have about Brianna Wu's story, myself included. But like, it wasn't just mean tweets. If you listen to what she says, right? She says that. Well, here's like, I guess you know what? Let's just pull it up. I got the fucking timeline. I got the whole timeline.
I don't think we even like
let's
this. I don't remember everything I said at that event, but I do remember like her name never came up.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that
right,
feels
so
that feels like relating to things that aren't related. Honestly, that's someone who reached out and said this person doesn't feel sympathy for me, and like, but they were never mentioned.
So
know?
September 16th.
I went out of my way. Actually, I'm going to say this. I went out of my way to avoid really saying anyone's name because it's profitable once you say their name.
You've done that today too.
Harassment. Yeah.
So
I said a few names today. I said a few. Not a lot, but yeah.
All right. So September 16, Brianna Wu announces her upcoming panel at New York Comic Con. September 18, Brianna Wu creates the Bro Lols, or appears to first use the Bro Lols troll account, where she pretends to be a GamerGate supporter and says stupid stuff to make the movement, or if you want to call it a movement, whatever, I don't know, make the GamerGaters look bad. She says it's satire. When it's
oh, was this this was the Steam account, the fake Steam account
that
she
was
set
later.
up to harass herself?
That was later.
Okay. So, I didn't know there was more than one. All right.
This was a Twitter account. So she creates the Bro Lols troll account, and she trolls the GamerGate supporters and pretends to be one of them. Then she does an interview for Game Sauce on the same day, and she says that she works from home. Then on September 20th, she admits that the Bro Lols account was her account, and she claims that she was satirizing the GamerGaters. Then,
yeah, and she just got caught, you know.
Then there's this is before her official story starts. She doesn't tell people about the Bro Lol stuff, at least not usually. So then, on October 10th, this Twitter account named Death to Brianna Wu posts a link to an address. It's got three followers, and the address is supposedly Brianna Wu's address. So Wu and then two other anti-GamerGate people like and retweet the threat against Brianna Wu, because this person posted an address and then he says that he's coming to get her. And
yeah, I mean, this just all sounds so planned, you know.
So then she says the police came by. My husband and I are going somewhere safe. GamerGate isn't remember, GamerGate isn't about attacking women. And then she says that she fled her home. But then the next day she says, so she says she fled her home and she goes to New York Comic Con, because New York Comic Con, the panel was the same weekend that she supposedly fled her home. So then she wants to have a coffee with Adam Baldwin at New York Comic Con. And then on October 12th,
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. Let's just get through the timeline, and then we'll have your thoughts, okay? All right, thank you. Sorry, I'm just. We could do a second interview, like half. If we're not gonna get through it all.
No, I didn't realize we had so many questions to get through. So please continue.
Yeah, no, I should have sent it to you beforehand. I normally do. I forgot. My fault. That's on me. But I got friends who want to come over in 2 hours, an hour and a half. Well, like an hour and 45 minutes, really. But we can keep going later if we need to. But right now we're still in the games journalism section. We got 6 more sections to go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So let's just get through the timeline of this Brianna Wu stuff, and then we'll move on, okay? All right, so October 12th.
Yeah.
October 12th, she says that she's going to go on Milo's show to calm the situation down. Then Brianna retweets Milo saying that she's going to be on his show. Then Milo goes, but the 12th, she's at Comic-Con as a panelist. She wants to hang out with people at Comic-Con. She then retweets a user praising her New York Comic-Con panel. Then she says she's homeless on October 13th. Then on October 14th, she says that Adam Baldwin supports harassment and claims that she is displaced from her home. October 14th, she says that her Twitter account was hacked. October 14th, she retweets Jor Ki Kempi talking about Brianna Wu's bravery fighting back against Adam Baldwin and Gamergate while living in hiding. October 17th, Keith Stewart's article for The Guardian says that Wu doesn't know when she can go home again. And then she did media tours from her house on October 13th, 14th, 27th, November 11th, and December 9th. And then she was asked about this recently. So PSA Sitch asked her about, or on that show, I'm not sure if it was him specifically, but on PSA Sitch and Adam's show, they asked her about Brianna Wu's claim for fleeing her home, because she says that she fled her home because of the Death to Brianna Wu Twitter account, and that she's been living in exile, basically homeless, since then.
Yeah, I mean, all that's clearly nonsense. I mean, I know this timeline. I think I lived this timeline. So
we all live.
Probably skip some of the steps.
So she has an explanation. So finally, it's been a decade. It's been a decade.
I don't even care.
It's for the book and for the videos and clips. Okay. So
yeah, all right.
We had to present her side of the story. All right. So, and plus, this isn't in the book yet because this just happened. Like literally, this happened like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I guess maybe like 4 weeks ago now. But Brianna Wu finally addresses this timeline issue because she says she fled her home, but she actually goes to the convention, and then she goes back home and does a bunch of interviews on her computer over live stream. And so it's like, well, how are you simultaneously telling the press that you're fled your home and then you're doing live streams from your house? It seems kind of weird. And nobody's asking questions about this. So finally, somebody asked her about it after a decade. And she says that her explanation is that she fled her house and she stayed living in exile, but then she decided to go back home and do the interviews. But then once the interviews were over, she left her house again. And she did that 4 times. So that's her explanation for that. What do you think? Is that a legitimate explanation? Or
that's very clearly a lie, right? No one would do that.
They wouldn't flee their home, live in exile, and then return to their home 4 times to do media interviews.
No, I'm sure she owned a laptop. You know, that she could have done interviews from in somewhere else, at another location, hotel or otherwise, in her car, right, on her motorcycle. But you know, that's not what happened. You know, no one asked the questions at the time because this is simply not a question that could have been asked, right? Whoever asked that question would have been, and people did ask that question, right?
No, they didn't. Nobody from the mainstream media asked that question, and nobody who interviewed her specifically asked that question, to my knowledge.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would make for a short interview.
But like, so for her story though is that it's not just the mean tweets, right? It's this Death to Brianna Wu Twitter account that supposedly posts her address
that no one knew about until she herself distributed it.
Well, I've talked with other people too about this. I've talked with, I'm not going to name the source, but I've talked with a source. This source tells me that Brianna Wu, because I'm asking, like, why did Brianna Wu retweet these threats? You know, why did she retweet this guy that supposedly doxed her and is threatening to kill her and her husband? Like, why would she retweet this and like the tweets? I don't understand. So I asked somebody about this she considers him a friend, but he doesn't consider her a friend. But it's a whole thing. Anyway, they informed me, it's not like private information necessarily, but they informed me that that Brianna Wu has a history, that she likes, that whenever she receives mean messages, she likes to retweet those people, kind of put them on blast, and sort of like provide evidence that, like, hey, look, I do get mean tweets, you know. And so maybe that's why she likes to retweet the accounts. Well, some people do this. Some people do this.
Clearly untrue.
They
do it. They do. Sure, yes, some people do it, but they actually do it to bring more attention, not less, and not attention to what they're claiming to perceive as harassment, but to bring attention to themselves. I think the last thing I really have to say about this particular individual is this is someone who tried to parlay internet drama into a position in government, and failed miserably. So I feel like, and now is, I don't know what, running some fake nonprofit. I can't even remember now. But it's obvious what this person is. To me.
And then there's
I don't have much to say.
Okay, all right. That. And then you're right. There is the February 2015 Steam stuff, but we don't have to get into that if you don't want to.
Oh, I mean, it's the same answer. Like, again, she got caught. She got caught red-handed. It was clearly not true. So she did. She in that instance, at least, we know she literally did it to herself. So let's just say pass on.
Well, she has an explanation for that now too. She's finally been asked about that. Also, recently, last year, finally somebody asked the question. I think this is the first time she's ever addressed that publicly. She says that the reason she made these posts, the one post, right, harassing herself, you could say, is because she wanted to guide all of the harassment to go to one place. That's what she says. And she says that there were, quote, hundreds, unquote, of mean messages. I could not find evidence of these hundreds of messages going through the archives, but there were a couple of posts that said that they think some comments got deleted. So it's possible there were one or two mean messages.
I mean, don't read them, mute them, act like a fucking adult. I don't know what else to say. This is like, we're not children. We're not talking about people who are children. This is like responding to a school, like a schoolyard taunt, and treating it as the end of the world. And I'm not sure it's a good way to get attention. It's not the way I would want to do it, but I guess it's her.
All right, well, we can move off Brianna. Did you see my Arch Anime or Natsucon panels?
I don't believe so. No.
Right. Some people believed. Go ahead.
Oh no, please, yeah, no, actually, yeah. If you're about to tell me what happened.
No, I wasn't. I was going to skip it.
Oh, okay. Well, we can skip it too. Yeah, well, I know nothing about.
Do you want to hear about my panels?
I happened. I just want to talk about it.
I mean, they were things. I made PowerPoint.
I've been talking a lot.
Yeah. It's a thing that happens. Nice. I thought I did an okay job, I guess, but unfortunately, I deleted all my old stuff back when I graduated college, a little bit after that, and because I was like, oh no, I don't want this to hurt my career, but nobody really cares about this stuff now, and it was a really stupid move. I shouldn't have done that because I deleted so much evidence about the GamerGate stuff, because I had hundreds of videos. Anyway. Some people believe.
So it's not out there anymore. I can't go watch it.
No, unless somebody's got a copy of it. These got thousands of views, So like somebody's probably got a copy somewhere floating around on a hard drive.
Someone's got a copy of it. Yeah.
But I might be able to find it.
If you find it, let me know. Yeah. If you do, I'd watch it. I'm curious. But go ahead. Yeah, we can jump to the next stuff because I have no idea what happened.
Some people believe that GamerGate should have ended after SPJ Airplay. What do you think?
What, the one that the bomb threat was called into?
Yeah.
That seems like probably not the best time to end it if you really, kind of mean what you're saying.
What about after SavePoint?
Is that what the panel I was on was called? Yeah. This is all like 10 years old to me. Yes, yeah. I mean, for me, that's all I can say is for me. For me, it kind of ended after that. I think a lot of the people that were giving me shit, basically, which is, I think, at that point, the only reason I was even paying attention to it anymore was, I guess I could call them threats, right? If I'm scared of internet trolls, but I'm not. So I just, after the mean tweets stopped after that panel, because I think people saw they weren't going to get to me with these kind of tactics.
Oh, hang on. Can I put
so for me, that's...
Go ahead, keep talking. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. I got a phone call coming in from my friend who wants to come over.
Yeah, do your thing. Yeah, I was kind of done actually. Yeah, I'll just talk and play Devil Daggers and keep sucking on it. I guess I'll read the chat. We should ask her, did she witness 911? It was caused by moon rocks. What else? This guy is the SJW wearing the normal guy mask meme come to life. That's funny. My yeah, I was in high school, so maybe 10th grade. Book report was on the censorship attempts going on around Mortal Kombat and all that stuff in the 90s. So this has been a lifelong thing. I even once, 7th grade, brought 2 Live Crew to school and played it for my music report. Sorry, are you back?
No, I'm back. Yeah.
I started my thing. Okay, I was reading your comments. So yeah, someone said this guy's the SJW wearing the normal guy mask meme come to life. I was like, no, this is actually like a lifelong passion of not wanting things to get censored because some people don't like it.
Have you seen the Airplay documentary?
I was filling airtime.
Hey, no, I appreciate it. Keep the chat entertained. But have you seen the Airplay documentary that came out recently?
No, I haven't. I don't even know if I knew there was an Airplay documentary. Is that up online somewhere?
Yeah. So the part 1 is free on YouTube.
Okay.
But it's also I did a live watch party with it with pro GamerGaters and anti-GamerGaters and the director of the film, Raymond Walsh.
Oh, that sounds like
who I've also interviewed.
Fun crowd.
So it was we did that, and so there's 2 parts. Part 1 focuses on the first part of Airplay, the AM panel, and then the second part focuses on the PM panel. Everyone agrees pretty much, even the anti-GamerGate people, they liked the first part. They thought it was really good. The second part, though, it's a little bit more controversial, a little bit. But I thought he did a really good job. I don't necessarily agree with like all of the conclusions necessarily, but what he does in the documentary is he uses primary sources to the greatest extent that he can to like source all the things that he's claiming in the documentary, or presenting in the documentary. So he's very heavy on the sources, which I think is great. But part 2 is a little bit more controversial, but I think it's good.
Right,
I think part 1 and 2 are.
Don't give
good.
it away. Yeah. I don't want to know why part 2 is controversial. Let me. I'll watch it because I got.
Yeah, part
I just
2 you have
finished
to pay
watching
for.
Fallout, so now I got to watch something else. That's fine. What, cheap, like $5 or something?
It's either
like that?
5. Well, it was on sale. He said he might continue the sale into the new year, but I don't know if he decided to or not. It's $10 normally, but sometimes he runs promotions where it's $5.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know if I pay $10 for it, but I pay $5 for it. But cool. Yeah. Do you want to? Is there more questions?
There's a lot more questions. Do you have any thoughts on the Kunkel Awards?
I think it's good that there are awards for video game journalism. I would like to think that it would encourage a higher quality of product. But I also think, at least for some of the awards, right? They've kind of been like the judges when they give the awards are kind of like, this is the best, but it's still not very good, right? Which I feel like is a fair criticism of a lot of modern game journalism. The idea's good.
Do you think that the GamerGate banner should have been used to take on gaming industry issues outside of just games journalism?
Well, I mean, I feel like the concentration's kind of in the name, right? Like this is game stuff, you know. That was another misstep.
In gaming, like microtransactions, crunch, things like this. Should GamerGate tackle those issues? A lot of people thought it did, but other people disagree.
I mean, people still have strong opinions about that, and I think the answer is as soon as it stops becoming profitable for these companies, they'll stop including them, and I think that's already happening. Well, I guess except for Dragon's Dogma 2, right? but most games, like it feels like the live service thing, kind of dying a little bit. We saw it with the recent Suicide Squad game. And yeah, the pushback on Dragon's Dogma 2 about some of the microtransactions, although that kind of also seems overblown.
It's because they didn't. So So from my understanding, and you correct me if you're wrong, you might know more about this than me, actually. From my understanding, the developers they have day one microtransactions, and then they also a lot of the games journalists they were given review copies that included all of the microtransactions for free.
Well,
So
of
they hang on,
course,
so they played a different version of the game and reviewed a different version of the game than what the players got, and so they were sort of you could say it's almost like deceptive what they did. Some people would say.
well, no, it's not. I mean, those people are they're just wrong.
What do you mean?
When
Because
you
like, good.
well, when you give a product to a reviewer, everything's unlocked, right? That's not uncommon. That's like normal
Well,
practice. It's so they can see
the
the
reviewers
full
didn't
range of
tell the
content.
public this too in some cases.
Well, but that's bad, clearly. But that also doesn't mean that they were not informed, right? There was probably a piece of an email that maybe they didn't read that included all the fact that all the content was unlocked. Because I mean, there's other games too, right? Like Helldivers is a shit ton of fun. Well, Helldivers 2, I guess. Day one microtransactions in that game. No one seemed to get in a huff about that. I don't remember that really being talked about in in like any reviews either, because it's not required, right? Like you don't have to spend money. You can work up. You can grind,
Well, but
right?
in
You
Dragon's
can grind in
Dogma,
all these games.
in
Yeah.
Dragon's Dogma, right? So right, that's the thing, right? If you don't pay the money, depending on the microtransaction, right? There's like cosmetic only microtransactions. That's a little bit different from gameplay ones. But if you're having to pay money in order to do things that will speed up your progress in the game, like that's anti-consumer, I think.
Um,
Especially in a game that you
I
pay
don't know
full
that I
price for.
agree. Well, that's where yeah, I think yeah, you start to lose maybe. Like I never do microtransactions. There are certain types of games if I'm going to play them that much, I'm grinding anyway, so I don't care about it. Like something like Helldivers, right? Like that game exists to grind. But if it's not something that's like, I think it's okay if it makes it like you can either grind for something or you can buy it, right? I think that's okay, but and that's different than something being gated behind um, something that you need, right? After you've paid full price for a game, that you have to spend more money. Like that's pretty bullshit. Um, and again, as someone who does this, I don't do microtransactions. I never have. Maybe twice. I think I did for Sims on the iPhone, and that was it. But yeah, just don't buy them. Like grind. These games exist to grind. Their entire gameplay loop is designed around grinding. And so it's like, why'd you buy the game in the first place if you don't want to grind? Because that's the entire game is grinding,
Were
right?
you
So for the people
involved?
who want a shortcut, they can buy.
Were you involved
Go ahead.
in the artistic freedom side of GamerGate?
Yeah, I mean that's the only part I really cared about. Uh, yeah, I mean I agree. People should be able to make whatever kind of thing they want, whether you like it or not. Uh, that's it. Yeah.
What do you think of arguments about video games causing or reinforcing real-world sexist attitudes?
I mean it's very obviously bullshit. you know, the I can't remember what the study was now. You might remember the study that a lot of those articles were based off of ended up being retracted, and the author lost her PhD over it.
Well, I don't know what study
Um,
specifically you're referring to, but
I can't. There was one that like all these sites just like to refer to. But and then her co-author, her teacher, who frankly he's the one who should have lost his PhD, not her. Just has a history of like writing stuff about this, and then a short time later it being disproven, like specifically around video games and how they cause violence and like sexist attitudes.
well, okay. Let's run through
Uh,
very quickly
yeah.
the. Okay, I'll steel man the other side real quick. All right. So, what do you think of the idea? All right. The strongest argument I think that they have is that people. We talked about this earlier, right? People are influenced by millions of different things throughout their lives, perhaps even millions of things each and every day that could change their perception of the world to some extent. And that one of the things that people interact with over the course of their lives are books, movies, video games, entertainment, art, whatever. And that this artistic experience could in some way it's giving people information, right? That's what it is, right? Art is something that provides the consumer of the art, the appreciator of the art, it provides them with information, and that information could to some extent influence the way that person sees the world. Maybe in bad ways in some cases, they would say, like making them more sexist.
I don't really buy that. Yeah, I can't. I don't have much detail to say past that either. It's like, yeah, I don't really do that, you know, because if that were the case, that would apply to like everything.
Well, it would,
art.
right?
And I don't. Yeah, well, every kind of art, right? Like not just video games,
and not just art
film,
too. Like they would say that like every interaction you have throughout your life, right? Like right now, I'm I'm looking at a trick or treat, an orange trick or treat bucket. Now, what is this like information? I have a Halloween candy bucket for some reason on top of my refrigerator. Okay, it's been there for quite some time. What does this information tell me? Is this information going to like maybe I like Halloween? This is like, okay, so maybe I have like a positive affinity towards Halloween. And every time I look at this bucket, I'm like, wow, I really like Halloween. But like, what if I hated Halloween? And every time I looked at it, it made me angry. Or what if I developed different associations with the word and the event of Halloween because I've seen this bucket?
That's a lot of influence to take from a plastic bucket. I would say that a normal, you know, thinking person, you know, is probably not going to revolve their life around a plastic bucket.
But what if the bucket makes me like 0.0001% more likely to appreciate Halloween as a hobby or as a holiday or have more fun on Halloween because it's like, well, yeah, it's constant reminder.
That's you know, great.
But what if the bucket was saying like fuck women and it said that instead of trick or treat, and then I look at this and it makes me 0.0001% more sexist or something?
Is this written on the bucket, or is the bucket actually saying this to you?
Well, either case,
like,
right?
There's two different answers. Yeah. if it's the second one, like you should probably seek help. But if it's the first one, then like, well, I don't know, man. Like, why do you have a bucket that says "fuck women" to begin with? But I don't think that's fair to compare to video games where you get to really define your own experience, right? Like the great example that always pops up in the media because it's always the perennial enemy is the Grand Theft Auto series, right? Like you can talk to and beat hookers. Like, yeah, I mean, you could do that in real life too, and like I don't. And you don't have to do that in the game either. Like there's never a mission based around that, and if you do that and get caught, you get sent to prison. it's like yeah, I mean, it's like this bad behavior isn't necessarily, or at least that kind of bad behavior isn't like, can't think of any kind of game where like that's rewarded. I'm sure there's some. I shouldn't say that. It's probably Japanese.
Okay, so we have oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was making a bad
So we do have someone in the chat who's anti-GamerGate, Miss Sonata, who I've interviewed as a book exclusive.
Right on.
Miss Sonata.
I don't know who that is.
She's cool. She's in the Discord. She says, I always ask people if they believe that video games can make you a better person. Because then the obvious follow-up question is, do you believe that video games can make you a worse person?
Yeah, I mean, that feels like a little bit of a purposeful burying the lead or gotcha. But no, I don't think video games can make you a better person. No, that's silly. They can make you better at things, right? Like, I got pretty kick-ass hand-eye coordination from playing a lot of Smash TV, and like that stuck around. That's pretty awesome. You know, doing that from a young age. But and I've learned things, right? Endless Carmen Sandiego and Mass Blaster and all that kind of stuff, back on the Commodore 64, I learned from it. Did it make me a better person? I guess it made me a more learned person, but I don't know that I'm better because I could do 2 + 2 and like launch a rocket ship.
So in your view, these things can improve skill sets, but they can't improve your moral character, essentially?
No, I don't even understand why anyone would look to video games for something like that.
Well, let's go ahead and I'm gonna push back. But we got to move on from the subject because we're gonna be stuck on this for 10 hours if we don't.
No,
but, all right, I'm gonna push back. Okay,
you can tell me to shut up. It's fine. Yeah.
So, let's say you're reading in our. Let's not even use a book. Let's use a movie. Let's say you're watching a movie, and this movie is a dramatic film. It's a fictional film. It's not a documentary. It doesn't pretend to be real, but it's a fictional film about a refugee who's fleeing a war zone. And because you watch this film, you develop slightly more empathy towards other people who experience situations like that, let's say.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, I'm going to generalize a little bit. I think people that watch films like that already feel that way. Because that's why they're watching the film, right?
But they could be dragged to the movie theater with a friend. I mean, it could be anything, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't know that makes you a better person. It could make you a more understanding person. Help understand where someone else is coming from better, which could, I guess, potentially lead to you being a better person. But I think it's unfair to compare something like that. It's like to pure arcade entertainment of something like a Mortal Kombat or just any kind of Doom. What do you learn from Doom? Again, I would say hand-eye coordination, and that it's fun to cut demons in half with a chainsaw. I don't know how useful that information is going to be in my life, and I don't know that it makes me a better person either. But I don't think that's not why it exists. That's not why like games exist.
So Miss Sonata says you could go to the movie and see that movie. Sticking to the hypothetical about the refugee film, you could see that for other reasons, right? Maybe you really like the actress, or maybe your friends want to go see it, so you go with them, or like you could go see it for other reasons, or maybe you like other aspects of the film, right? You like the gritty war film, but there's also this other side story that has the refugee part in it, right?
Yeah. Sure, that could happen.
All right, let's move on. Unless you have anything else you want to say.
Okay. Yeah, that's it.
What do you think about arguments? What do you think of arguments about video games causing real-world violence?
Again, it's all so silly. No, that's. I mean, yeah, the most obvious one there is Columbine, right? They listened to KMFDM and they played Doom. I did both of those things, and never felt the urge.
I'm gonna dunk on
anybody.
Yeah. I'm gonna dunk on you one last time with this because it's related to violence and related to racism. So okay,
nice.
Chris Ferguson, who I've interviewed and who I like as a person, and I think he generally does good work from what I've seen. I've only seen 2 of his studies. One of them was about GamerGate, but he did a study on Resident Evil 5 and 6. So he asked people, 107 people, I believe it was, roughly, something like that, to play. Some of them played Resident Evil 5, and some of these people played Resident Evil 6 for 30 minutes. He then asked them after the game, he asked them to ask somebody else to put their hand inside of freezing cold water that would cause them mild discomfort. And they themselves tested the water first, so they knew how uncomfortable the water was. They then had to pick a time between 0 and 20 seconds and tell the person to put their hand in the water for that period of time. And the other person would do so, experiencing mild discomfort for that period of time. Now, the people who played Resident Evil 5, there was basically no result. Like they didn't treat the black people and the white people differently. They treated them hang on. Okay. Resident Evil 5, if people who played Resident Evil 5 and they were asked to put a white person's hand in water, they did so for 6 seconds. And if a black person, they did so for 8 seconds. If they played Resident Evil 6, though, they put the white woman's, because it was only women, for the people sticking their hands in the water. Um, they the people who played Resident Evil 6, they also gave the black women 8 seconds too. So there's no difference between 5 and 6. But in terms of black people, but in terms of white people, the white people who played the people who played Resident Evil 6. Sorry, oh my god, I'm so all over the place. The people who played Resident Evil 6, they asked white women to put their hands in the water for 10 seconds instead of 6 seconons. There was a difference. What do you think of that?
This all sounds very like correlation causation to me, given how little of a difference there really is when the range is, what do you say, 0 to 20? Or
Yeah,
8 to 20, whatever you said, like 0 to 20. Right. That's like within a margin of error. And I think unless it was the exact same people playing both games.
It was not.
Right. Right. Now you're dealing with like another variable. These are different people. How many people was it? Are we talking like a
I think it was
dozen
107 or something like that. So like.
Oh, okay.
So
that's
like
that's a better sample size than I would have expected. Actually,
half of them played 5, half of them played 6. But two people got sick and they backed out before the water experiment. So only 105 people did the water thing, I think.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
That entire study sounds just utterly meaningless to me. I don't think there's anything to learn from that at all. Right. It's just there's not enough of a variation.
So you don't think that it's reasonable to say that Resident Evil 6 made them racist? Or against white people?
No. Wasn't it Resident Evil 4 that was in Africa?
No, 5 was in Africa, 6 was multiple places. I've not played through all of 6, but
okay.
But so
I mean,
5 was mostly black enemies because it's set in Africa, whereas 6 was mostly white enemies because it's like mostly set in the U.S. So that's why he picked those two games.
Yeah. I don't know that there's anything to be learned from that. There's too many variables for it to really provide any value. It's within the margin of error. I would call the margin of error.
Well, I don't know what the scientific quote unquote margin of error was for the paper. But I'm interviewing him again because he's doing like a multi-part one. Because he only has 2 hours each time, or like an hour and a half actually.
Cool.
All right. Some political activists believed that using social media campaigns to demand artists change artistic elements of their work was a good thing, such as #ChangeTheCover. What do you think of this tactic?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say the first part of it again. The change the cover thing, I remember.
Some political activists believed that using social media campaigns to pressure artists to change artistic elements of their work was a good thing. What do you think of this tactic? And change the cover as an example.
Gotcha. That's nothing new. That's been around since they were pressing albums out of actual shellac. People are allowed to have opinions. They're allowed to express their opinions. It doesn't mean anyone has to listen to them. I don't see a lot of value in trying to get if we're calling these people artists, and let's do that. Why should I tell them to change how they want to present their art? Like that's not my place.
Aren't those people just expressing their view too? Or is it different?
Yeah, they're allowed to express their view, and I think other people are allowed to express their view back, that they're allowed to have that view, and yet no one needs to actually listen to them. Like, it's not a requirement that you respect everyone's opinions or acknowledge them, especially if it's going to fundamentally change something that you as an artist want to create.
Where do you think the lines are?
I'm pretty hardcore on the art thing. I don't think there are lines. No, I don't think there's any
between criticism and censorship.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's a good question. I mean, when people try to enforce their view on others, that's when it becomes some form of censorship. I remember the argument back then, like, well, it's not government, it's just someone else's opinion. It's like, yeah, it's someone else's opinion, but if I have to listen to their opinion and I don't have a choice, like, what I want to say is being censored. Hence, it is safe to call it censorship. Yeah, I'm not into any of that. I think that's all. People should be able to do whatever they want.
Do you have any thoughts on the removal of content from Japanese or other foreign games when they are localized?
I think they should provide 2 versions. Really, I think they should provide the uncensored version, and I think they should provide the censored version. And I think that we should test out and let's see which actually sells more. Because the people that are complaining about the uncensored version probably aren't going to be the people buying the censored version either. So I feel like it's a good test. We should test the argument. Their thesis is if we don't change this, no one's going to buy it. It's like, okay, well, let's do 2 versions. Let's see which one gets bought more.
Well, again, it's a hypothesis, right? Because we don't know. But I suspect, indeed, that you are right, that the uncensored version would sell drastically more copies.
Yeah, and I mean, Steam has an adult section. Like, it shows up when you go to the store page. You can click on adult. Like, you can live there.
So we've got a couple choices here because we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more sections to go through. And I don't think we're going to get through them all. So we've got a couple choices here. Either one, we can decide to do a second interview at some point over voice. 2, you can decide to answer the rest of them over text at your convenience. Or 3, we can try and rush through, which we're not going to be able to because each section, well, some of the sections are short, but some of them are big.
Well, like, what are the important sections?
It's all important.
Like, what are the bigger questions? Because I feel like a lot of what I've said, and I've said a lot of the same thing.
So are you closed off to a second interview?
No, I mean, honestly, like after we finish this stuff, like I'm probably never gonna talk about it again because I think it's
well, let's do it.
No one's learned their lesson.
Well, that might not be entirely true. No. Guess what I found out today? You know, I'm interviewing Peter Coffin.
I vaguely know that name. It's not. I never interacted with him. I think I was like an immediate block.
Yeah, he used to be a die-hard anti-GamerGate guy, or he used to really oppose GamerGate. But he recently, just very recently, on March 8th, he tweeted out, "GamerGate was correct about what made them mad. Very obvious journalistic lies. Culture war and centering on individuals is the wrong response, though. That said, the side I was on, the anti-GamerGate side, that's not what he says, but that's what he's for the audience.
Yeah.
That said, the side I was was straightforwardly wrong, though. We were just tricked into defending power. GamerGate is part of why I believe both left and right are horseshit. It's a really good example of how legitimate grievances can be redirected to individuals, and the critique of that can be redirected into defense of capital." That's what Peter Coffin said. And he's changed his view. He used to be one of the die-hard anti-GG people. Now he's doing an interview with me. He's saying that the GamerGaters now he considers himself neutral. He's really changed his mind on this.
I mean, dude, everyone's 10 years older, man. We're all looking back on this shit like, yeah, we did so many stupid things.
Well, unfortunately, I feel like Mr. Coffin is on a bit of an island, though. I do feel like most of the anti-GamerGate.
Well, he's on a bit of an island in the sense of he's sort of willing to admit that he understands that the way to do it is. I don't agree with him that the left and right are bullshit. I agree. I would say that there's people that are bullshit on both sides. Not the whole idea of either of them. Yeah, it really was like it really felt very much like a power play. I think he has a perfect description that he posted there. You know, I agree with basically everything except the left and right bullshit part. I think it's people. It's not like ideas. Ideas are bullshit too, but like the way these people presented them and how extreme they took them didn't help anybody.
But you say that people aren't learning from it.
Well, I mean, I don't think they are learning. I think the people that went through it the first time learned from it. I think the people that are trying to stir up the stuff around Sweet Baby are. I see some of the same names, right, but not many. And the names that I see tend to be.
Well, I've talked about the Sweet Baby stuff. What do you think of that?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fine to talk about it. I don't think it's right to present it as the same thing that happened back then, or even comparable.
What the thing that makes it comparable?
The fact that these.
So I don't think it's obviously it's a smaller scale. It's not as big as GamerGate was. I don't think. But the way the media covered it though was really bad. It really was. Like the Kotaku article, the Aftermath article, there were like a dozen sites that all completely left out that Kabrutus got harassed by the Steam
Yeah, I
group,
mean,
by Sweet Baby Inc. Like it's insane that they all left this out, even though we know that two of the journalists, one of them has come out publicly and said, "My editor told me to take this out of the article." Ash Parrish of
yeah.
The Verge. She says that her
Oh, man.
article pressured her. Her editor pressured her, or she didn't use the word pressure, but her editor told her to take it out. And then we know that one of the other writers, the Kotaku writer, Alyssa Mercante, we know for a fact, well, we know from testimony of other people who she interviewed for her article. So she interviewed people for her article who told her, hey, look, this started because of the harassment of Kabrutus and the Steam group. And she left that out, even though she interviewed these people. It wasn't included in the story.
Man, if they leave it out, now you and who knows how many other people are talking about their article, and they're going to click on it and they're going to say this is bullshit. Someone else is going to hear that and they're going to talk about it more. They're getting what they want. They wanted attention. They wanted similar to back then, right? They wanted the drama for the clicks. I don't think this is about presenting, a balanced
But it
narrative.
is a lack of ethics in both games journalism and journalism in general, and that does deserve to be criticized to a high degree. I think.
Well, I mean, yes, but also I think it's a mistake to look at these outlets as being staffed by journalists, because they're not. They like cover media. They cover a specific product category in consumer media, and this is just one way to get attention for their site. They try to talk about the cultural stuff. They clearly have an opinion on that, but I don't see, like, these sites, Kotaku included. They're dying, right? They're dying for a reason. People are kind of sick of, I think, the division there. Especially, I think, in the U.S. with all the division around. I don't want to get into politics, but
Well, that's coming up.
The division around that, like, they're like, yeah, I mean, I'm not voting for Trump. He's a fucking clown. That's all I have to say. You
should watch my January 6th debate.
No. This guy's a piece of shit.
Well, I don't disagree, but you should watch the debate. It's a great discussion. I did a good job, I think.
I grew up in the Northeast. I've known who this dude is from birth. He's always been a con man. He's always been a shyster. I think it's pathetic that the fucking Democrats can never figure out how to fight back against that. This thrice bankrupt con man, who wants to fuck his daughter. It's just like how are you even in competition with this dude? It's sad.
Well, what should the Democrats do?
They have to.
We're not even in politics yet. That's coming up. We'll get there. Actually, wait, hang on. That's the next section. That's the next section. We are in politics.
Jesus
okay.
Christ.
All right.
Oh my God.
Because we just finished artistic freedom.
Yeah.
So you know what? Fuck it. What should the Democrats do? How can they beat Trump?
Right. Dude, I don't know. They really have to hope that this old man can beat this other old man. Because I'm not worried that much about this election. I'm pretty sure Biden's going to win, and of course, the Trump supporters will be out in force saying it was another stolen election. But fuck them, their guys look like an obvious criminal. But I'm more worried about the next election, because I don't know who the Democrats have after Biden that has any potential to get elected by the majority of the nation. But I think the same is true on the Republican side as well. Those fucking idiots from Florida and Georgia. Another literal pedophile from Florida.
Well, hang on.
And that fucking trucker lady from Georgia. Or sorry, I think her dad.
You just made a claim that somebody's a PDF file. Okay.
It's Matt Gates. I'm talking about Matt Gates.
Oh,
Fucking
okay.
17-year-olds,
Okay. Well,
16-year-olds.
okay.
I feel like it's
Okay.
pretty obvious that he's a
All
piece
right.
of shit.
Okay. All right. If it was somebody
Yeah,
else, I'd be like, well, you have to
yeah.
provide the receipts. But that's a whole thing.
Yeah,
But
it's like the receipts exist. It's like I don't
yeah.
need to. It's like but literally the receipts exist. There's transaction records.
I'll take your word for it.
You know,
I've
yeah,
not looked into that, but I've heard about the story. I'm like aware of it vaguely. Yeah.
yeah.
Obviously,
I don't.
everyone's entitled
I'm
to the
not worried with
presumption of
this.
innocence. We'll see what a jury says.
Yeah,
We'll see what a jury
yeah.
says. All right.
Except for kitty fuckers, man. We can just burn them at the stake. That's not okay.
Do you want me to ask you a spicy question?
Don't fuck kids.
Well, I
Is
agree.
that the question?
Obviously,
is it okay to fuck
obviously,
kids?
that's bad. I do not endorse. But I have to ask you a question because it's gonna be a spicy.
Let's
fucking
talk
topic.
about that. Is it okay to fuck kids? No, it's not.
No, it's gonna 100% get this video demonetized. Well, we already have because you used the word PDF file. But
Oh, sorry.
well,
I
it
didn't
doesn't
know
really
that
matter.
happened.
Oh no, I'm gonna miss
Yeah.
out on like the $1.25. Horrible. So
Half a taco at Taco Bell, man. What are you talking about?
exactly.
Yeah.
So, what do you think of lawley? LOLI. Should just
Oh, the cartoon kitty
the cartoon, yeah.
porn? Yeah, I mean, I'm not into it. It's certainly not my thing.
But should it be illegal?
Fuck. I mean, I think it should be voted on, and if most people think it should be illegal, then make it illegal.
What is it?
But
It's art. Whatever happened to the strong art guy, huh?
No, that's true. That's true. No, it is art. Well, I mean, there's even the First Amendment has limits, and that's not my reasoning. But this seems like morally, right, for me at least, probably not okay to fuck kids if they're cartoons either. Well,
I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it either. But like, there's been a lot of controversies lately because Vaush is into it. Foodshops is or was into it.
Yeah.
And so these have been controversies that have come up recently. So I figured I'd get your take.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not into it.
Well, sorry, I should qualify because Vaush says Vaush technically says that he didn't know it was lawley. He thought they were goblins. That's what he said.
Yeah,
but
well,
whatever.
I mean, that clearly isn't true either. Him and Brianna Wu should hang out there. They can lie at each other. That's such a, I don't even want to say slippery slope. That's a hard one because my heart wants to say no, it shouldn't be outlawed, but my brain is like, they're still kids. You shouldn't want to fuck kids.
We got
like
JT,
cartoons or otherwise.
JT and Mist in the chat. Mist says, I just heard the FBI agent listening to my internet feed. Lean in closer.
Yeah. To be clear, Agent Man, it's not okay to do that. Yeah. I mean, well, it becomes a question then. Like, if you think games do actually influence behavior, if you want to make that argument, then like clearly it should be banned. And then there's also the argument that we haven't really talked about. I still think ties into the politics angle that we're on now. Does it become an outlet for people who would otherwise have these urges? And so like that's kind of why I'm tempted not like I don't want to say outright like, yeah, this probably shouldn't exist, but I think like we should make sure it's existing to create a safer environment for people, and not in a like, and I don't mean that in a censorship way. I mean, make sure that's behind the adults only section. Make sure there's no way kids can get access to that shit.
Well, since we're already like destroying our careers by having this conversation, let's go one step further. What do you think?
Oh, Jesus.
What do you think of Foodshops' argument that the lawley stuff should be studied in regards to possibly being used to reduce real life harm?
That's what I was saying. Yeah, like I would agree with that. I think that would actually be a useful study. Versus, what color of zombies you shoot. And obviously that's in like a controlled environment as well.
I like you, Chris, if you're listening. All right. So we're in the politics section, friend. We got 8 politics questions, but I'm happy to ask
All
follow-ups
right,
if we can.
let's power through.
Some critics of GamerGate have argued that the movement was mostly or entirely right-wing. Do you think that was accurate?
No, not at all. No, I definitely ran across people far more conservative or right wing than I would normally be around for sure. But I don't think that was a majority at all. And I say that because I got a lot. I mean, outside of internet stuff, when this topic like occasionally came up in real life, where it really had no effect on anything, I had people coming up to me, and like it wasn't a bunch of dude bro neckbeard people, but like people of all types, all genders, being like, thank you for just like being the target. Like did the saying like, no, if you're gonna treat it like if we're calling this art, then really anything goes. Um, but nothing they would have ever said in public, because like I can't handle people going after me like that, and that is my attitude's more like it's the internet, who gives a shit. What are these people gonna do? They're gonna find out where I live. Oh no, I feel like that's for me at least that's silly stuff to worry about. But I grew up in this like cities, so I'm never worried about anyone knowing where I live.
Do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy?
I mean, just generally, pretty liberal. I don't really care what anyone is, gay, straight, trans, black, white, Asian, any kind of Asian, whatever. Like, who cares? I really do try to just like judge people by who they are as people. That's, I guess, my entire philosophy. It doesn't mean people of those types, can't be assholes. That's where I start to disagree with maybe some of the more folks who would label themselves progressive. Like, oh, we need to protect all these people. It's like, yeah, but some of these people are like money hungry grifters and assholes and like just not good people. So it just, they happen to be that type of person that you're trying to help, be more accepted. But like the rest of them, actually, they're just kind of awful. That being able to recognize that and people being able to admit that like publicly probably would have cut a lot of that drama from, again, 10 years ago, quite short. I don't think it would have gotten nearly out of his hand as it did. But yeah.
Have your political views changed since GamerGate or due to GamerGate?
Nope, not at all. I don't remember the last time my political views changed.
So wait, you didn't like join the gamer to alt-right pipeline that like Asia Romano at Vox talks about in her article that is one of the top search results if you search GamerGate in Google.
Oh jeez.
That didn't happen to you? You didn't become a Nazi?
No. I didn't. No Nazi tendencies as far as I'm aware.
But you do go
I
on
like German
podcasts.
food, but I always did. So
but you do go on podcasts and talk about cartoon drawings of goblins.
Yeah, we do. I haven't done one of these things, I think, since back then. Since SavePoint is the last time I think I actually talked publicly about any of this stuff. It's been that long. And I don't know that I would have even responded to you if I hadn't seen that Lynn had, actually, Lynn Walsh. Because I was like, all right, if she's going on, then I feel like it's safe to assume it's a little bit more legit and it's not just going to be like a drama session. So I didn't want to deal with that. I've never really wanted to deal with that even back then.
Well, thank you, Lynn. You've lent me some legitimacy.
Yeah. She lent you some credibility. Yeah.
Well, did you remember me during VG? I was Netscape back then.
I remember the name, yeah, but I don't think I put 2 and 2 together. Oh, what's up, man? We've talked before. I'm so out of the loop, right? Like I'm barely on Twitter anymore, and when I am, it's like occasionally to snark on some stupid game thing, but I'm mostly just like, because I live in Texas now, I'm mostly just calling the Texas governor a piece of shit. So I haven't really been involved in any of this drama before. For me, like SavePoint was like a way out of it. Like I said my piece. it got out there. There's a recording of it that I believe the Honey Badgers actually recorded, which is very nice of them. Maybe it's still on their page. I don't know. Or their, I guess,
I
YouTube
think
channel.
well, last I checked, it was on YouTube, but I haven't checked in like 5 years, so or maybe like
Yeah,
maybe like
dude, me
8
neither.
years.
Yeah. And that whole time, like, man, the only reason I ever wanted to talk to anyone in the press, like, I had no just becoming famous through that shit. Like, what a terrible way to become famous. You get tied to this stupid internet drama. Like, how sad is that?
Hey, you and
know,
I both
want to get
became minor e-celebs. So did JT Vega here in the chat. JT Vega
yeah,
says
but that was
Netscape
never
was
my
always
intention,
online.
though. Never, like,
True, I
literally
was.
never my intention at any point. And I mean, like, I had a PR guy to promote like Sombrero, right? And I feel so bad for him even now. Like, he got sucked into all that stupid drama stuff because that's really all people would rather talk about that than the game. So talking about that stuff really became an opportunity, like, in publications to talk about the game a little bit, which worked a couple times. Like, Escapist did some coverage of it, and a couple other outlets did. But yeah, I mean, I'm so out of the loop. I wish people would, yeah. Like when I like the Gumbo NYC thing, right with Yiyi. Like, well, I don't understand the point except to stir up drama. Like, shouldn't we be past that at this point? Like, the internet's 10 years older.
Well, and it's
like,
so ironic, like Kabrutus of all people, because one of the things that he's been complaining about publicly is that all these people writing these articles, sometimes attacking him, sometimes leaving out that he was harassed. He's really upset with these articles, and
yeah,
he's
and I
critical of them.
completely
And
understand.
he's like, no, he's
Yeah.
he's like, oh, they're not even reaching out to me for comment. They're not trying to get my side of the story. But then he does the same
No.
thing to EE.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though, right? It's like expecting journalistic behavior, which would include reaching out for
Now,
comment.
granted, his was on Twitter, to be clear. It's a little bit different from being a
Right.
But still, he should have tried, right? If he's
Right.
going to make
But
these big claims.
Well, what I'm saying is that these. Well, I agree with that. Yeah, that's a little bit of a hypocrisy showing. But these places also should have reached out if they want to be treated like
True.
journalistic outlets.
Well,
and they shouldn't provide like weighted coverage in one direction or the other.
I agree. In both
You know.
cases, right? Kabrutus should have reached out to EE, and they should have, no, Kotaku and all these other sites, The Guardian should have reached out to him. So it's like a two-way. Like, it's just hypocrisy. I hope he learns from this and becomes a better person, because he's become like a massive like internet celebrity now because of this. And
that's not a good thing.
I hope it doesn't go to his head, because I don't think he's like a horrible human. But unfortunately, it seems like it is.
Maybe it did a little bit.
Yeah, and he's surrounding himself.
He's
surrounding himself, it seems, with people who are maybe don't have the greatest intentions.
I would call this a minor misstep. You know, I think at the very least he can learn from it, and I think it gave EE a chance to say what the video is actually about, and I think that should cut the legs off of this kind of drama pretty quick. So I think it's good she was hopped right on it.
And I think it's awesome that
treat it differently.
I think it's awesome that she was, one, in the chat, and two, that she replied to my emails and was like happy to talk with me, and like seems like a good person, because like
that's what should happen more.
Yeah, that's what should happen more. But like unfortunately, that's not super common. So like I applaud it.
Not. Yeah.
Awesome.
I think it's good. I agree. Yeah, I think it's good. Hopefully that situation is solved, because it's not a situation that should have ever existed.
I agree.
It's all stupid internet drama. Everybody grow up.
Are you okay with gaming sites criticizing games through a political or religious lens, such as a Marxist, feminist, Christian, or other lens?
They have every right to do that. Sure. Yeah. Again, it doesn't mean you have to like read it or listen to them, because it goes the other direction too. There are the websites out there that concentrate on, let's say, the opposite of those things, and it's okay they exist too. I feel like it's a lazy way to get attention, but they're allowed to do it. Maybe they're just lazy writers.
Do you think there can be any value in analyzing games or other works of art through a political lens?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I think that a real journalist could do that. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't know that a project should be judged on that content. Like as if it's a good or bad product, right? Based on like fucking political opinions in the game. Like that's stupid. If you don't like the political opinions in the game, just don't play it. I think it's okay to call them out though. Sure.
In your view, should that not affect the score, or if they're doing it from that angle, should they not use a score?
No, I think that I'm going to use IGN as a good example, and I apologize to everyone out there who hates IGN. But like, I like how they hopefully they still do it. Yeah, scoring individual categories, right? Different aspects of the game, gameplay, graphics, sound, story, right? And so the story is where they can potentially give it a low rating and explain why. And so if those things that the reason they don't like it is a reason you would like it, that low score for that thing won't matter to you really. But I think these are opinion writers, right? These reviewers, they're reviewing products based on their opinion of them. And if you keep running across a reviewer whose opinion you just like consistently disagree with, like, or just doesn't like the kind of games that you like, not even their opinion's different, just to keep it broad, right? They don't like the games you like, so they give the games that you like bad reviews. Go read the writers who like the kind of games you stuff, right? It's there's so many outlets out there, from one person shops up through the big corporate stuff. Find the stuff you want to read, and the people that give you the information you care about.
Give me 2 seconds. My friends wanted to come over and hang out, and
that's fine.
Well, one of them did, and the other one is like he keeps joking about if he's still at work. So he's like, oh, he keeps teasing us, and he's not giving us a straight answer. Well, it's like, well, look, I need to know how long the interview's gonna go, so I need an answer.
Man, it's all good. I'm sitting on my deck in my backyard with my dog.
Yeah, no, I could go.
I'm good.
If they don't.
I would say you can jump off. You can jump off whenever you need to. Is what I'm saying. I
thought we'd only go like 3 hours because I didn't think it would go that long. Because I've been trying to keep them short.
I talk a lot. Yeah.
You do, but it's okay.
It's been 10 years since I talked about this shit.
Well, look, I see. So I'm having this whole thing. Hang on, let me send this text message first. Or I could ask them to wait till later, and then that way we can finish the stream. I think that's probably the best idea.
You can wait. What? Sorry.
If they want to hang out.
I thought you were texting.
I
mean,
I'm still texting.
You tell me, dude. It's your night. It's your plans. I'm gonna, make dinner at some point and probably play Helldivers again. So I'm not going.
All right, I sent the text message. So fuck it. I don't care. You know what? We'll take as long as it needs. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do it right. Okay. Whether that's all in one go.
All right.
Okay.
Wow.
Or
who's left? Is there anyone left in the chat?
We got 4 people
watching. Did you guys all fall asleep? Why does this guy talk so much? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say a thing. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just say something else instead. Actually, no. Let's just get back to the question list. Well, I was gonna say that early on, I was kind of like, oh boy, I can't believe this GamerGate book interview went 7 hours. That's so awesome. Well, the thing about doing a book interview, especially the way I'm doing it, where the whole interview is in the book, is that
you shouldn't put all this in the book.
It's all in the book. It's all in the book.
No, I mean, but you can leave the conversation about fucking kids in. Well, you should cut out a lot of my.
We're gonna keep the lolly thing in. Oh, by the way, I should address this probably because it's gonna come up at some point. But when I interviewed Mark, so I don't give a shit about the lolly topic. Okay, god damn it. But when I interviewed Mark Mann, the owner of 8chan, the current owner of 8chan.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So I interviewed him.
Yep.
I asked him about the lolly stuff, and I said, "Oh, well, most of those people are probably PDF files, aren't they?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't remember the answer he gave. Actually, this was like 6 months ago." But I said that, and then now later on, like 5 months after that, this whole Vaush food shop stuff happens, and I'm like, should these people like have their careers ended because they looked at this stuff? No, probably not. And I kind of quote unquote like defended them. Like because like I don't think that if somebody looks at this stuff, I don't think that that means that like their whole life should be over and they should be like thrown into an insane asylum necessarily. Or maybe they should. I don't know, but like I probably not. No. But like because and I feel like there was this mob that was going. I don't care about Vaush. Fuck Vaush. I don't care. He's an asshole. But like I'll be consistent and like defend the principle. But like I did defend Foodshops. I don't think she's like a moral monster because she looked at this stuff. And I thought that people treated her a little too unfairly, and I spoke up in her defense. But the people who read the book don't know that. So now they're like, well, has his position changed? It's like, yes, it's changed. Well, it's not changed. I just didn't know about the topic before.
Well, I mean, I think that topic specifically because we're tying, another culture's entertainment, let's say, in 2 hours, and how it reflects upon our culture looks at some of these things. A defense of it can definitely come off like.
Well, I'm not defending it. Okay,
not like you want it to.
I'm not defending it. To be clear, I don't like lawley. What I'm defending is back when this happened, like a few months ago, this controversy. A bunch of people were like, "Oh, if you look at this stuff, you need to be basically excommunicated from society, and no one should ever talk to you and interact with you, and you should basically be quote unquote like canceled, right? Like, and that people should cut ties with you." And they pressured other people to cut ties with Foodshops, for instance. They pressured other content creators, don't talk to this person, and I thought that was wrong. That's what I'm defending. I'm defending against the whole pressuring other people to not talk to other people. Like if you personally don't want to talk to this person, that's totally fine. But when you say you have to stop talking to them too, that's when I have an issue.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's like a blacklisting almost,
I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, people should make up their own minds. Yeah, I agree.
Some people say that GamerGate was, quote, the first battle of the culture war, unquote. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
I mean, that's certainly overstating things. It's a repeat of an existing culture war that's happened multiple times with a hobby, right? Whether it's some type of music or comic books or video games or movies getting big, which means it has a wider audience, and that audience sees some stuff they don't like, and they want to enforce their opinions on everyone else. Yeah, I don't think it's anything new. It's not a first of any. It's like 1,000. That's the time this has happened. Probably longer throughout history. Yeah.
What do you think of the framing of GamerGate being a response to a moral panic about video games?
That I would say is accurate. Yeah. I think that's the most honest way to look at it.
What do you think of the framing of GamerGate as a battle between those who believed in classical liberal values, like artistic freedom, free speech, and pluralism, and those who didn't?
I think there's a little bit of truth to that. But I think it's maybe not the entire picture. The battle part, I feel like is that's probably an easy description of it. But it was more, I think, a battle of the wills, like, because you hear the language that's used, right, from some of the folks that want to change the content that they don't like, and it's always very empathic. We should think about this person. We should think about that person, and I think that's fair, but also that doesn't mean that like content those types of people wouldn't like can't exist. Not everything has to be made for everyone else. And that seemed to be a lot of the confusion. So I feel like it was a side that was like, we don't want you to change our things, and I think that side was right, because those things have been around for forever, and the side who wanted to change things, they weren't necessarily wrong about wanting different kinds of content, but the way they wanted to go about it was changing things that already existed, right? Things popular, things they would. And that's kind of where I feel like their argument fell apart a lot, for me at least. Where my response would be, well, that's great. It's great that you want those things. You guys should go make those things, right? And if they're good, like the people that aren't into those things, maybe they'll play them too, and maybe they'll learn something, or maybe they won't, because it's just a video game. You don't necessarily have to learn something. So yeah, that's it. I rambled again. You got to stop me when I do.
It's okay. Did you? We're in the next section. Interactions with the other side. Did you interact with any anti-GamerGate people?
I mean, I tried a few times, in person, because so many of them were in New York when I still lived in New York. Mashable and Gawker were both in the same office building that I worked in at my day job at the time. So I crossed paths with these people quite often. Usually uncomfortably. Not for me, because I didn't care, because it's a stupid internet drama, but I think maybe a little uncomfortable for them. I even did interviews with some of those people where they didn't put anything, out, right? Like it just never happened. I just wasted an hour and a half of my life. Well, or maybe I got a free lunch out of it. That happened a couple times with some of those writers. But it's not a good narrative. Like I don't have a good story. I'm like my story is, I think everyone's overreacting. Should chill out and talk to each other, and stop calling me bad because I don't agree with them.
If one of the anti-GamerGate people in my community, like Miss Sonata here in the chat, or Hannah Zamora, or TPM, or Ninetales, or Bash Fluff, or Cardholder Joe, or somebody like that, wants to sit down with you and have a conversation, there's others too, Soyedel, others. Would you be willing to have that conversation with them?
I mean, I was always willing to have that conversation with them. I don't know what use it would serve at this point, so much later. And I don't know what I would say differently than, what I've said talking to you. I've been very forthcoming with my thoughts on these things. So, yeah. I mean, sure, I guess I'm happy to talk to him. I don't want to sit on again, I don't want to be famous from this stuff. I don't want to be the guy that's still talking about this because he was a minor internet celebrity.
Hey, what are you trying to say?
No, I'm talking about me.
I'm talking about me. I'm talking about myself.
Yeah. I'd be happy to talk to him. I don't know if it needs to be like a fucking podcast or a stream or anything like that. Like if they want to, I just don't know that there's a ton of value in it.
Did you ever change anyone's mind on GamerGate?
For them, I guess. Maybe, but probably not. The sides were so dug in. So I might have changed someone's mind about me if they met me, and it turned out, I didn't walk in a fucking SS uniform, saying we should kill everyone who doesn't look like me. But overall, no, there was an established narrative, and that narrative continued as until it all, kind of fizzled out.
Okay, well, almost 10,000 people watched the. Well, so okay, maybe there's multiple. You said that Honey Badgers have a recording too. Well, there's also the Open Gaming Society. So. The Open Gaming Society has their video of SavePoint.
Yeah, well, I think,
channel, and that has almost 10. Hang on, let me read it out. It almost 10,000 views, plus however many people saw mirrors, plus the people in person. Do you think any of those people maybe changed their mind because of things that you said about GamerGate?
I mean, maybe. I don't know that I said them to change anyone's minds. I think I just said them to say them. And I could have changed some minds if made people negative. I know I made some comment about. I got a question about what do you tell these people that are receiving these threats? And I think my response was like sticks and stones, right? Like we learned this shit in kindergarten. We learned a rhyme about how these words shouldn't matter so much, especially when the words aren't like. I wasn't one of the people who I think really went after anyone. I just kind of snarked on people and was sarcastic and called them stupid. So it's hard for me to say if I changed anyone's mind. You know, if I did, cool. You know, if not, it doesn't. I don't know that I'm all that affected by it. You know, I think I made a lot. I think what I said there actually made people that were following me stop following me on social media, because I didn't, like, people were angry. I remember that I didn't call out anyone really by name, and then I tried to address things in a way that's like not just coming from like not basically stating my opinion is the one that matters, and just trying to like explain the situation, I think, in a fairly calm and I think accurate way. And I probably lost a couple hundred followers on Twitter, which doesn't matter. But I remember seeing it happening and thinking, oh, that's funny. You know, I wasn't an asshole, and so the assholes that were following me stopped following.
Oh, so
the people who wanted to be an asshole, you know, like I wasn't. That's not why I was there.
The Open Gaming Society's YouTube channel that has the video, it says in the description that the Honey Badgers recorded it, so that's probably their recording.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
And I'll link that in the Discord and the YouTube chat if anyone. Well, if you're watching the YouTube chat, you should watch my shit. But if anyone wants to check this out later, I'll put it in the Discord general channel. There we go. Are you friends with anyone on the other side? Also, like the video, please.
Let me think. I mean, yes and no. Like there was people I know from in New York. New York had a fairly large indie gaming community, and I haven't really involved myself in that in Austin at all. I mean, there were definitely people that disagreed with me on that, that I still interacted with. I just acted like I didn't care, right? Like, we're allowed to disagree on things. So I don't want to say all of them, but most of them, became pretty standoffish, which is fine. It's like, this isn't people that I knew well. This is people I knew through, meetups or something like that, not friends. And that's how they wanted to handle it, and that's fine. I think it's an immature way to handle it, but that's their call.
All right. How could the conversation about GamerGate have been more productive?
Oh, there could have been one. There wasn't any conversation. There was a bunch of people yelling past each other for 4 years, and anytime I think there was an attempt at a conversation, right, which I think is what I've already forgotten what it's called, the one that got shut down with the bomb threat. Right, when that was yes, thank you, Airplay, right, and that's what was meant to happen with South by as well, and there was more effort to stopping those conversations from happening than there was to have, I think, from everyone involved.
Do you have any thoughts on NotYourShield?
That's not really. I think it was nice to see, people stand up and say, you're full of shit. Like, you're saying you're defending me, but you're just actually trying to tell me what's okay for me to like and look at and play. I don't know as effective as it could have been. It was the whole suck thing started.
The GamerGate discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm done. Go ahead.
The GamerGate discussion was widely. Actually, you can talk about NotYourShield all you want. Those videos get views. People like.
No, that was it, really.
they want to learn more.
Really.
The algorithm loves it. The GamerGate discussion was widely censored online. Why do you think that was?
I don't know. I feel like I already said that. There was an established narrative. This was a way to get clicks. I think some of it was probably friends defending friends. I wouldn't like people that work in media and people that work in games, being defended by the people that work in media. I don't think that should be surprising to anyone. People that work in related industries get to know each other and become friends. Obviously, there's a problem when it starts to influence coverage. Providing cover for someone who got caught doing something bad, whatever that thing is, giving a good score to their friend's game when the game isn't very good. Pick your poison a topic. So that's it. Friends defending friends. These media people defending themselves, wanting to be taken seriously as real journalists, and covering an art form, and there's a lot of egos colliding.
All right, next section: harassment and sexism. Why do you think some people claimed that GamerGate was about harassment or hating women?
That's an easy claim to make. It's worked before. That's it. It's worked before. It worked in the 90s. So again, everyone forgets that. The claim wasn't just violence in video games. In Mortal Kombat's gonna turn people into murderers. It was like there's quotes like people should go online and watch videos of those hearings, those Senate hearings, because they're all over YouTube, and like listen to how these people talk about it. It's like, would you want someone who plays this game to take your daughter out for a date? Oh my God, can you imagine what he would do to her? It's shit like that. So like it's just nothing new. It's a good defense, right? It's like if you disagree with me, you must hate these people that we need to protect. That's sort of like the psychological process of it. So it's a good one. It's hard to push back against, because all you can really say is no, that's not true.
Oh, hang on. Okay. All right. Well, actually, no. I'll push back later on. We can move on.
Okay.
What do you think of the studies about GamerGate and harassment, such as the Women Action Media, Newsweek, Brandwatch, and the Nimbus studies?
Well, Newsweek Brandwatch is not a scientific study, so I wouldn't put too much faith in that, just for that reason alone, in addition to having the name Newsweek on it. It's not a scientific organization. The first one, I think it's fair to say that there's an agenda there that they want to get their point across. I think they have every right to do that. I don't know that I agree with all the conclusions. I feel like gaming became much less welcoming to people because of this drama they were stirring up, including these, including whatever type of woman they're trying to defend and say should be out there and should feel welcome. That really, like, I know, a ton of dudes that play games, and I know, a ton of girls that play games, women that play games. Like, I don't think it was an accurate reflection of reality. Those studies.
Well, all three of them found that GamerGate wasn't about harassment. So I'm.
Yeah. Well, that's good. But again, like I'm saying, like these organizations, like, they're also not scientific. So do I think it was about harassment? No. But do I think? I feel like I vaguely remember reading the women in gaming study, and I mean it wasn't in favor, right, of the GamerGate stuff. I think they addressed that there was some harassment going on.
Yeah, they did. They said that there was 0.66% of the accounts of the GamerGate people had engaged in harassment. They said.
Right. Yeah. But that's what the rest of the media concentrated on, right? Because there was, like, it would be a lie to deny that there weren't people doing that. But I think it would also be a lie to say that most of those people, weren't trolls, because they were clearly just trolls, or people posting threats at themselves. But I don't know, man. I think, like, I don't even know if those studies would sway anyone. It doesn't matter what they say. And I don't think, again, that they're not, like, these aren't real, like, scientific studies.
Well, the Women Action Media one, that I think was, like, published, right? I don't know if what I don't know. I think it published, the Women Action Media study, like in a paper, in a journal.
I'd obviously have to look at it.
I'd have to look into it again too. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I don't. Anyway, we have a site. By the way, my friends, they say, just keep the interview going, buddy. They're supportive of my work. They plus it's getting kind of late. So cool. We can go as late as you fucking want, man. But I do want out. I don't want to be stuck editing this for 17 hours. So let's not go for like 17 hours. Let's go for like maybe 5, okay? Tops. Maybe 7. Let's wrap it. Let's get through it. Okay, but I do want to ask, because now that the time constraint's been removed, we do have an interesting discussion in chat. JT Vegas talking about Hasan Piker. Are you familiar with him?
Sorry, go ahead. Say that again.
Are you familiar with Hasan Piker?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, this might not be an interesting discussion then, after all. But he's a live streamer. He's a left-wing live streamer, pretty like far left. At least now he is. And he's become pro-terrorism and like pro-China and like anti-Tibet, and he's basically like, you've heard the phrase "America bad."
I'm sure I have at some point. Yeah.
Well, his whole political worldview is America bad, basically. So every group that doesn't like America, from Houthi pirates to Hamas to the Chinese Communist Party to the Russian government under Putin, all of these groups are good in his view, essentially, or at least not as bad as America. So he's basically become like pro-terrorism and stuff. He's actually had Houthi pirates or people who claim to be Houthi pirates on his show, and he's endorsed them. It's gotten kind of wild. Well, recently he has gotten himself into a little bit of trouble because he's the biggest, or he used to be. He's fallen off really bad. But he used to be like the world's biggest political live streamer. So I'm not talking about some small 2-viewer Andy. I'm talking about somebody who was the biggest political live streamer in the world. Now I don't know if Destiny's overtaken him or what. But he's in trouble because he's been drinking Coke on his stream, and apparently Coke is on the BDS boycott list, and he doesn't seem to care, even though his public position is that I don't know if he's ever like endorsed BDS. I'm sure he probably has, but he's very much on the pro-Palestinian side and like trying to, which is fine. He can have that opinion. It's totally cool. I've interviewed pro-Palestinian people. I've interviewed pro-Israel people. People I interview have wide variety of opinions on this. But
Yeah.
But basically, he's got himself into some trouble because he doesn't care when his viewers have called him out and said, "Hey, look, why are you drinking Coke on stream?" And he's like, "Oh, I'll put it in a glass then. That way, people won't know." And so people in chat are saying that it makes him kind of a grifter because it's like, well, how can he just be like, "Oh, I'll just put it in a glass"?
Well,
Because he's still buying it. He's still buying it. That's I guess the argument.
Yeah, it sounds to me like he was a grifter before this happened. So I don't have a strong opinion on that, and I'm not the person to talk to probably about these drama streamers, right? Like Destiny and this guy, because I just don't.
Destiny's
pay attention to it at all.
I think Destiny. I like Destiny. I think he's pretty great. But he's not a drama streamer. Like he does drama stuff too. But like he does politics.
Yeah.
Even Hasan, as much as I don't like him, I would call him a political streamer as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know so little about that. I don't watch any of that shit. That stuff crosses my social feed. I just mute whoever's posting it. I don't care.
You'll probably end up
it's not part of my life. No, I mean, if someone I've talked to, that's different. But if it's just crossover, I don't.
Well, so I guess I'll bring this up too, since I mentioned Hasan. Hasan hates GamerGate, but he doesn't know anything about it. He talks about it on. I've only seen his show a little bit, but he talks about it all the time, and he's always like, the GamerGate, we're misogynist GamerGaters, oh my god. But he doesn't know anything about the details at all. He just knows GamerGate equals people who hate women, and he uses it as a slur.
Well,
so he's like, the GamerGaters, the gamer, all the time. He's like unhinged. It's crazy.
This just sounds like a drama streamer to me.
He's a drama streamer who thinks he's a political live stream.
Well, I think those might be the same thing these days, though. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're right, and that's how he looks at himself. But it's the drama that gets the clicks. That's what gets the views. That's what gets the ads.
I mean, I'm sure you've noticed
the Patreon donations.
Why do you think I'm talking about Hasan right now with you?
I don't know.
Well, I guess
no
I should.
idea.
Let me ask. Are you okay with me making? I'm not going to take you out of context, of course. And I don't even care about small clips for the most part, but I might make some theoretically. But are you okay with me making clips from this interview? I ask everybody this. Everyone said yes except for 2 people, but you can give me every answer you want.
Oh, I mean, as long as there's some context around it, I don't really care all that much.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, go for it. I mean, this whole thing's going to be out there if people want to listen to it. So I don't know. I don't have too much to hide, I guess.
JT Vega says he accused a person who made a video about him of being a GamerGator. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Anyway, moving on. Since
that's it's still a good keyword, man. It's still throwing that in somewhere is still going to get you good SEO. You know,
he's doing it for the clicks.
He's doing it for the clicks. You know.
What do you think of the GamerGate anti-harassment patrol?
I think it made its point, and its point was ignored by the people they were trying to make the point to, right? Which is the media, because again, it had already been decided what the story was. So I think a lot of effort, not a lot of results, but not through any fault of their own. They could have done anything, you know, and it wouldn't have mattered because that just wasn't the story.
Do you think most GamerGate people did a good job condemning harassment? Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. How important to you was it that bad actors were condemned?
Huh. I mean, there was a handful for sure. I don't think there was honestly that many outside of the trolls. Obviously, I don't think there was that many actual bad actors that were just there to cause trouble. You know, well, I guess even that outside of the people trying to make a name for themselves. But yes, I mean the short answer is yes. Like if people are doing shitty stuff, like don't support them doing shitty stuff. Especially when it makes your point more hard to get across.
You say there weren't that many bad actors. Now, different people have different definitions of bad actors, but well, let's just use one that I think is obvious. Maybe you disagree. Ethan Ralph.
Oh, sure, like clearly a bad actor. Yeah. I would say like the trolls. I don't consider them bad actors. They're just trolls. That's like its own category. Just
Yeah,
easier
I
to
agree. They're
ignore
not
them
even
that
pro
way.
GamerGate. They went after GamerGate people too. Sometimes more often than the antis.
Yeah,
Pterodax even admits that he went after the pro GamerGate people more, not because he dislikes them more, but because that they're funnier, basically.
Yeah, he was one of those pieces of shit trolls.
I've
That was
interviewed him, by the
around.
way.
Yeah, no, I saw that on there. I doubt I'll listen to it because I don't really. I could give two shits what he has to say about anything.
Wait. He admits to sending a picture of a gun on Twitter to Brianna Wu. Would you call that harassment?
No, that's just trolling.
That's not
harassment.
It could be perceived as a threat, no?
I mean, if you want to perceive it as one, you know, if you're a rational thinking person not trying to make a name for yourself, then no, it's not a real threat. Because it's a picture. You can't be hurt by a picture. Like it can't hurt you. Like just fucking mute the account. Get offline. Go outside. Touch grass. Yeah. I mean, there's Ethan Ralph. That's an easy bad actor. Milo is an easy one too. Bad actor. Sargon, easy bad actor.
Well, I don't think Sargon during GamerGate. Like, I don't think he was he didn't harass anybody. Was he in it? Did he want to make money? I mean, but sure. But I don't think
he didn't. I don't think he actually harassed. I don't think he actually. Well, he definitely sent his followers, but I don't think he like real life harassed anyone, but he certainly went after people online. But yeah, I mean it was for money, it was for attention. It's all, and now you can see, right? He did the same thing, right? Brianna Wu did, right? I'm gonna try and turn this into a government role. My internet fame,
right? Because
he failed at it
both
just
ran for
as
office and they
miserably.
both failed.
Yeah. How sad is that they're banking on internet fame to win a government election? My goodness, like that's just sad.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. There's lots of people to name. I mean, I picked on the GamerGate side a bunch with Milo and Sargon and Ralph, obviously. But yeah, there's the Wu and Sarkeesian, and I can't remember her name anymore. Supposedly,
Quinn?
allegedly the root cause. That's the one. Right, like these people are clearly all just grifters, right? These are all bad actors. But it would be dishonest to say that there wasn't bad actors on the pro side as well.
All right, so I'm
And
gonna try.
people started following them, right? This supposedly leader of this movement started following these people and turned into cults of personality.
All right, so
Again, on both sides.
I
Yeah.
guess I'll I guess I'll try and defend Brianna Wu here slightly. I have talked with her recently. You saw that this happened. She has
Yep.
changed. She is not the same person she necessarily was a decade ago. Um, she is more open to talking with people who disagree with her, and she's moderated a lot of her views. She even says that she doesn't believe a lot of the stuff she believed 10 years ago, that she was wrong about that stuff.
Wait, didn't her grift change just recently?
Well, she's a political
I
grifter
feel
now.
like right, but her like political grift changed recently, right?
Well,
She's
she
no longer a
left. She
progressive or
left.
some
Oh,
shit like
that's
that.
right. That did happen.
Right? You mean
Well,
people got sick of her like clear and obvious grifting, and she has to move on to the next audience now.
well, like, hang on.
Don't defend these
Brianna,
people.
Brianna did. She's no longer a progressive. That's true. But like, she's still like center left. She's like a neoliberal now, kind of like I am, I guess. Um, like capitalism with regulations, some safety net, probably universal health. I don't know if she believes in universal health care or not, so I shouldn't put that in her mouth. But like she believes in like center left stuff. Like I'm more or less like the same way. Um, and she's moved away from the left, from the more like progressive left. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think a lot of people, especially after the October 7th stuff, I think a lot of people have kind of had that change of heart. And she says that like the Israel Palestine stuff was part of that.
Oh, that's just connecting the new grift to current events. This is what changed my mind. This new thing going on.
Okay.
It's I wouldn't believe a word of it.
Well, I'm not
I
saying
really
I
wouldn't.
trust her as a person, but like I don't think, because like it is something that a lot of people change their mind on political issues. Like I'm not the same.
Oh,
I don't have the
sure.
same political
Yeah.
views I held 10 years ago. I don't hold those same views today necessarily. Um, and like in every single case, right? If you went through like a list of issues, like 10 years, like well, not 10 years ago, but like maybe like I was more like libertarian. I'm still more libertarian, but I was like more like right libertarian. Actually, fuck. So I've had a weird transition. I went from being like a libertarian, and when I was in like, well, I was so in middle school I was a communist, because I didn't know anything about politics, and I thought, okay, yeah, fuck yeah, equality and to each according to their ability, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. Sounds legit, you know. So
For sure.
I was like a communist
Yeah.
when I was like 11 or 12 years old, and then I um then I was, I guess, like I was in high school, but like I was like mildly sympathetic towards like Obama, uh, and some of his ideas, but I considered myself more libertarian, and I was more libertarian right, I should say. And then I became more of a social democrat over time,
Hmm.
and
Sorry.
now
Yeah.
I'm
Go ahead.
more of like a now I'm more of like a neo-lib,
Yeah. I don't know what I would call myself. I'm just some dude.
just a dude.
I lean pretty liberal. That's really that's really it. Yeah, I think we probably should treat everyone the same. It seems like an obvious thing everyone can get agree on.
Who wasn't a communist in middle school though? That's what Mist asks.
Man, I think in middle school I was too busy like playing with Transformers and discovering, uh, when puberty hits. So it's like, I don't know. I wasn't too concentrated on politics outside of basically the topic we're talking about, the whole artistic freedom thing. That's the only thing I cared about. Anytime I heard someone saying you can't do this anymore, like I used to get in trouble for bringing Man magazine to school because it was like subversive. It's like it's fucking Man magazine. We're having a parent teacher conference over this. So yeah, that's the only thing I've ever really cared too much about it
I asked you
in
if most.
politics.
Did I ask you if most people did a good job condemning harassment? I think I did.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah, you did. I think so. And again, I think it was ignored, because that wasn't the story.
Kit Astro says the downfall of Tachyon. True. But like I've kind of come full circle because like I used to be like, but it's like, do you mind if I talk about my politics? I can shut the fuck up. This is your interview. But I don't talk about this in
Oh,
the book
do
ever,
you?
so I kind of want to bring it up.
Oh, it's up to
So
you, man.
so yeah, I
It's your time.
aside from like the middle school thing, which was more of like a meme as a joke, it was more of a LARP. I didn't like read philosophy. I'd like read some communist websites and I'm like, okay, this seems cool. I wasn't like a legit thing. But aside from that, like when I was a libertarian, I was like, very much like pro free markets, but I was a bad. So I have changed my so but then I became more like of a social democrat. I believed in creating a social safety net, a minimum standard of living for all citizens within a country, stuff like that. And I still support universal health care, which was like the main reason I became a social democrat because of universal health care. And I still support that, but I don't know if the government should necessarily guarantee everybody like a minimum standard of living. What do you think?
Oh, I think that's why the government exists.
I mean, to some extent, I guess yeah, to some extent, I think so. But I don't think like the government should
Yeah.
like mandate like I don't know. I do agree with that principle. I think actually to some extent, but like it depends on what we're talking about. And like we just bring me a policy and we'll talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the government exists to make the lives of the people that participate in it, donate to it, or taxed by it,
Yeah.
better. Um, I would rather see my tax dollars go towards everyone getting health care than start another war or selling missiles to another country so they can go start a war. There's a lot. It's a lot of money in the military that can be put to better uses.
Hey,
Um,
we need to send all that stuff to Ukraine, bro. Unironically, yes.
well, I mean, I would say that's a unique circumstance given the situation there. But well, and yeah, let's avoid the Israel topic. But um, yeah, I mean, I universal health care, basic standard of living. This doesn't mean everyone needs to live in like concrete cinder blocks, right? Because that's what people think of uh, with communism. And this is not me saying that we should be communists. This is me saying that like Canada's not communist. They have universal health care. UK is not communist. They have universal health care. We're the only country without it. Maybe that's a big mistake. Very lucrative mistake for the people that benefit from it. But it seems like an
Yeah,
obvious mistake.
I'm still very pro universal healthcare. Absolutely. Um,
Yeah.
the biggest thing I think I've changed my views on, the biggest thing, I think is foreign policy. It really is. Because like when I was in high school, I was like I said libertarian, like Ron Paul libertarian, and I bought into the libertarian foreign policy. So I'm like, oh yeah, no, we don't need to. We can just ignore all other countries and just like go fortress America, and we'll still trade with people, but we're not gonna ever do anything on the global stage aside from trade. And then as I got older, I realized how stupid that position was. Plus, the I uh, it's okay. So foreign policy is complicated. There's so many different factors. There's
Yes.
so many different things you need to
Yeah.
understand and take into account in regards to a huge array of situations. Um, some wars are bad.
Yeah.
Okay, the United States
Yeah.
doing and getting involved in some conflicts is bad. Like probably shouldn't have invaded Iraq. Probably a
Most.
horrible mistake.
Yeah.
But does
Yeah.
that mean that we invaded Iraq in 2003? It's the wrong call. A lot of people think now. So because of that, we shouldn't do anything about Ukraine. It's like, well, these are two completely separate issues. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
you have to evaluate them
Yeah.
on their individual basis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're completely different. I mean, I guess the end result is the same, right? We're bombing people. Well, I guess we're not bombing people in Ukraine, but yeah, we never should have gone to Iraq or anything. I was not for good reasons
All right,
at all.
we're still in the
Uh,
harassment section. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Oh,
I
okay.
derailed it.
Yeah, yeah.
I derailed it.
Yeah, it's your fault this time. Yeah,
Well, do you want to talk
it's
about? You mentioned Israel. Do you want to talk about Israel Palestine? What's your view?
no, absolutely not. No, no.
Is,
My view is no one should. My
it,
view is no one should drop bombs on anyone. That's my view. Yeah,
do you
war is bad. How controversial.
do you consider it a genocide?
I mean, with the definition of the word, it seems apt. You know.
Okay,
Yeah.
lay that case out for me. Why do you think it's a genocide?
Well, they're killing lots of one types of people. That's like the definition of genocide.
But the intention behind it matters.
Like they're
yes?
yeah, the intention behind it is to wipe them out. I feel like that's obvious. It should be obvious to anyone who's been paying attention. And again, that's not defending them being bombed, right? That's not defending Israel being bombed. That's not saying that people who did that are right. It's just saying maybe you guys should stop bombing each other and like talk it out. You know? Yeah. People should talk more. It's a solution to more problems than people are willing to admit to themselves.
Do you think that Israel has a legitimate cause of action to attack Hamas?
That's not what they're doing. They're attacking all of a place that's not Israel. They're not attacking one group there. So it'd be hard to, I think, make that argument and have the facts reflect that they're just going after this one group of people. Again, bombing people bad. Like whoever it is, stop it. You know.
If you saw someone, quote, on your side, unquote, doing something you thought was bad, how would you handle this situation?
That's I would tell them, don't do that. That's bad. Or ask them why they're doing something I think is bad. Probably better. First approach.
You don't have to answer or talk about it, but did you experience any harassment during GamerGate from either side or from third-party trolls?
I mean, if you defined it as messages from third-party trolls, or DMs from people, or people making claims or assumptions against you on the internet, then sure, but I don't consider any of that. It's just it's so distant. It's just text on the screen. Like you can't wrap your like real life up in shit like that.
Why do you think the media largely didn't cover harassment against GamerGate supporters?
It's not a good story. They're the bad guys. The bad guys can't be getting harassed, because they're the bad guys. It's very black and white, and similar to the coverage. They wanted the coverage to be black and white, good versus bad. That's what we got.
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
I don't know who that is.
Do you remember when anti-GamerGaters tried to dox Mombot?
Yes.
The name of the chat group, the name of the controversy that spawned from this was Zack Attack. The chat group might have been named that too. I don't remember, but I remember the logs got leaked because Rudder House infiltrated the anti-GamerGate community by pretending to be an anti-GamerGater.
Vaguely, yeah. I think I remember. So that happened a couple times though. Those chat leaks.
Well, the next question's coming up. That's a spicy one. But do you remember the con leaks? What do you think of that?
The what leaks?
The con leaks. Joey Quinn's organization, their private Skype group. Where they tried to get Foxy Gun kicked out of the military, and they doxed a bunch of GamerGate people.
Yeah, I mean that's like that's a little closer to actual harassment, But those were the good guys, right? So that didn't matter. That was the story. These are the good people. They're trying to help people, and it just happens that the initials for the organization are con. I needed context. Yeah.
Do you think I don't think
that was
like it was on the nose,
Yeah. I don't think that was an accident. No.
I don't think because she seems like the kind of person who would 100% name it that on purpose just to fuck with people and then actually con them.
People forget or they ignore it at the time. Like this is someone who is like a proud something awful goon.
Yeah. Well, she has a crippling held up addiction.
Right.
Have you heard the story about the owl?
Probably. I don't want to get into it though. And actually, I think I need to go. like in the next couple of minutes.
Oh no!
Eat, man.
Can we finish the next
it's like
4 questions and we'll
9:30 here.
Because then we'll finish the harassment section.
Let's finish one of the sections. We can chat again.
So we'll finish the harassment section. There's 4 questions left, and then we can come back a different day and do the media coverage and light items and stuff.
Okay.
Okay. What do you think of the term sea lioning?
I have to remember what that means. Oh, I mean, it feels like a good visual for what people did sometimes.
I can link you the comic if you want.
No, I know the. I'm picturing the comic in my head. With the old timey woodcut stuff.
JT Vega says he's fact checking us. He says Crash Override was a reference to the movie Hackers. I did not know that. If that's true.
Oh yeah, but the word network isn't the part that makes it com.
Okay.
The CON. Yeah.
I would 100% believe that she did that on purpose.
Yeah, that was what's his name's character, the guy from Trainspotting. I can't remember his name. Johnny something. All
right, 3 questions left. I know you're rushing out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What do you think of the burgers and fries stuff?
Oh, I thought it was pretty funny.
It
wasn't nice, right? Like it wasn't like it was mean spirited for sure. I not entirely unjustified, right? Because of not because of a specific event, because of that specific person's attitude towards everyone. It was funny, people probably again took it too far, but like honestly, like if I had been in her position and someone said that about me, granted I'm not her, so I have a different personality, I would have thought it was fucking hilarious. Like I wouldn't have been upset about it at all. It's like that's actually really clever.
Do you think that's because you're a man and she's not?
No, I think it's because I don't take things seriously on the internet. I'm also a man that when he was a kid was in like a children's choir and did ballet. So I definitely had my fair share of like in-person harassment, and I know it didn't bother me getting made fun of then either, because it's like, no, I'm doing this because I like doing it. It's like I'm just like kind of an impossible person to embarrass about things. Yeah.
Well, some of the.
Go ahead. No, I'm done. Go ahead.
I want to do a follow-up. I know we're trying to rush through, but some of the anti-GamerGate people consider the Burgers and Fries chat group to be either 1, sexist, or 2, a form of harassment. What do you want to say to those people?
I probably wouldn't bother to say anything to them. I don't know that that's what it was. I didn't spend a lot of time in there. I think I might have been in there for like 15 minutes the first day it was set up. But the name, was obviously revolved around a specific event, or I guess 5 events. I still can't help but laugh at it, but it wasn't.
I'm laughing because you said 5 events because like you had to qualify it. It was so good. I'm sorry, but like now all the anti-GamerGaters who don't think that I'm good faith, they're gonna be like, oh look, he's laughing at Zoe Quinn being a slut. Oh my god, he's a horrible person. Tachyon Blue.
You know what though? Like honestly, dude. Like I don't care if she's a slut. Like let her be.
I don't care. Live your own life. I don't care. But that was a funny thing you said. Man.
And I don't even necessarily think she is. Like I don't. To be because someone will fucking quote tweet this. Who wants to get some clicks? Yeah. I mean, it was rude. It was inconsiderate. But this person was also being a piece of shit to everyone and acting like they were on their high horse. And as I said 4 hours ago when we started this interview, sometimes those folks need to be knocked down, and I don't feel like that's gender specific.
Okay.
The attack might have been. Again, I don't really necessarily want to call it an attack. It was like a funny joke about a series of things that happened. And I think concentrating on that kind of stuff, certainly lessened the impact of any bigger message that people are trying to get across.
I'm so sorry. I got to ask one more follow-up related to this because I feel like it's important to include this question in the book because Soyaddle, do you know Carl the Pagan Soyaddle / Carl Alex Pauls?
Nope.
Okay, he used to work for Activision Blizzard as a marketing person, I believe. Then he became like a streamer slash YouTuber, um, and then he currently is like a nuclear energy guy who's like promoting nuclear energy. Anyway, he makes this
Okay.
argument that one of the people in the at least one, I think it was one, it might have been, I think it was one, maybe two, in this chat room in the Burger Fry chat room, they said that, oh, what if we dressed up as Burgers and Fries employees and went to a panel at PAX that Zoe Quinn was supposed to be at, or an event at PAX? And other people, no one did this, of course, but other people shot them down on this. Dydrin, who owned Burgers and Fries later on, he says that if people did that for real, that would be actual harassment in his view.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. That
but
sounds
now this never
right.
happened, of course. But like one person did
Yeah.
suggest the idea, and this really rubbed Carl the wrong way. He didn't like that. He's like, they shouldn't have said that. What do you think of that?
Um. I mean, no one should have actually done it, so it's good that no one did. Um. I can't. I don't have much of an opinion on someone who doesn't like what someone else posts on the internet, I guess, in that context. It's like the thought of it's kind of funny, right? If people showed up and do that. Like, again, it's kind of mean, but if you saw it in a comedy sketch on a show, like, you'd laugh at it. Everyone should be honest with themselves. If that was on Seinfeld, yeah, it would have gotten an award. But yeah, you don't do stuff like that in real life. That starts to feel like actually targeting someone.
All right, we can move on. We got 2 questions left in the harassment section. Do
All
you have
right,
any thoughts on GG Revolt?
remind me what that is.
It was a small spin-off internet forum. Um, Basically, that's
I
that
know.
was all.
It's like I recognize the name. I remember the name. Whatever it was, I didn't really. Yeah, I didn't participate, so I don't know details.
Can you?
But if they were being assholes, they shouldn't have been assholes,
That's
I guess.
debatable. A lot of people thought they were assholes. I thought they were assholes at the time. I condemned them after. Well, I condemned them after. I guess like at some point I did. Maybe the Allison Rap stuff. Do you remember the Allison Rap stuff?
Is that the girl that worked at
We can just move
Nintendo?
on. We're gonna Nintendo Treehouse. She was a PR person. It's a whole thing. But we don't have to talk about this. It's GG
Oh,
Revolt
I
was
remember that.
involved
I
in
don't
some
think any of that.
capacity with
Yeah.
that, but like,
Oh, they got her fired, didn't they?
well,
Yeah, I don't think
no,
that. I don't
actually,
think that's a good thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think it was a good thing either. But like, so some of the people there did, like 5 GG Revolt people or 4 GG Revolt people. But like, who cares? Like, it doesn't. We're this. It's not who cares. I mean, I feel bad for Allison Rapp. I defended her at the time. I defend her to this day. But I know you're pressed for time, and if we go into the Allison Rapp stuff and try to explain the
Yeah, let's
context to the
do
audience,
let's do the
we'll
last
never do it.
one. Yeah.
All right. If you want, we can talk about it when we reconvene. Okay.
Okay.
Can you define what you think harassment is?
I mean, I think actively harassing someone in person is harassment. I think if you keep like sending someone a mean message on Twitter isn't harassment, but like if you keep doing it at a certain point, it's just like, what are you trying to achieve? And it could certainly trend into some form of harassment. Whether it's harassment people should take seriously or not, I think that's debatable. But yeah, there comes a point where kind of going after the same people over and over again. That's um, I mean, people who aren't public figures. I should be clear about that. People who aren't public figures, if you keep going after them again over and over and over, like I don't know what the goal is.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for watching, everybody. This is part 1. We're gonna do a part 2, PixelMetal. Yeah, at some point.
Oh, it's gonna be shorter, I promise.
Well, there's
Yeah.
only like 3 sections left, so.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, cool, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat something now, 'cause I'm starting to get
Dude,
a
I'm getting
headache
hungry
from
too.
not eating.
You have a good night,
Um,
man.
yeah, you too. See you.
See ya. All right. Thanks for watching. And like the video, comment, subscribe if you haven't. And we'll raid somebody. Well, Dylan Burns. He's watching the David Pacman versus Cenk Uygur versus Brian Taylor Cohen debate, and he's talking about Russia using chemical weapons in Ukraine allegedly. and France. Presumably France and Ukraine, I assume, but he didn't. I didn't read the rest of the title because it's cut off because it's long. Anyway, have a good night. Go check out Dylan Burns. Tell him Tachyon sent you. And oh, by the way, you know what? I don't usually do this sort of thing. If you believe in defending Ukraine as I do, contact your member of Congress, especially in the House, and pressure them to vote yes on aid and bring it to the floor if you want to. If you don't believe in that, do whatever you want. I don't care. But I think it's important. So if you think it's important too, put pressure on your member of Congress. Demand that that Mike Johnson bring it to the floor or be removed as Speaker of the House. Thank you and have a good day.